last time, you guys had a little bit of an exploration around Barghtide. Stopped by a couple of shops looking for things, and Fearne looking for gifts for some of the people that have helped you, as well as the rest of you guys sort of just tagging along and also buying things. You guys went and got some new clothes, went to a potion shop and talked to a very potentially not a potion maker, or maybe man shouldn't be one anymore. Earlier at some point, Fearne, you talked with Elle, kind of got your new look down. Yeah, I guess that was the day previously. As well, kind of got a little bit of a story with it. There's more that she seemed like she was gonna say, but was not mentally prepared to say. But, you know, got new look, which you then tried to convince Benjy that it was just a spell, that this is actually how you normally look. Which you later found out, he kind of saw through the bullshit. He's not dumb. And it was actually a little insulted that you guys have been lying to him. He didn't really care, but, you know, brought up the point of, one, technically the contract could be considered void on your part. But he didn't seem to necessarily really care that you were a changeling, was still fine with it, just didn't want you to lie to him. And then proceeded to ask some rather
dirty questions.
Potentially personal, maybe dirty/personal questions to lighten the mood. Rayla having to leave the room after certain points of it. But, you know, it all ended up probably better than you expected. On the other hand, Rowan and Marie, after you guys had finished shopping, whereas Fearne had that experience, you both went, Marie, you decided to go with Rowan to the Temple of the Sea Mother on what apparently was a holiday, or, you know, what counts for a holiday for them. Rowan was going there to just look a little about, try to get some more information to sort of understand something in a notebook he read. You guys decided to participate a little bit in their sort of event, sort of the choosing, or whatever you want to call it. You were told by the priest that you met there, Harold, that there's only generally two choosings, two people chosen a year, a man and a woman at the most. There's never been more than that, but there has been less than that. And as everything was kind of wrapping up and finished, the High Priestess basically called attention towards the front again, startling everybody, and pointed directly towards Rowan. Rowan then went on to experience a rather jarring and some traumatic things within his life, as sort of a form of a test that he almost failed, but did end up passing, earning sort of the respect and I guess boon that the High Priestess and the temple could offer. Marie, having been left alone out there, tried to sneak in to less success, getting captured by sort of a spectral, spiritual creature, being taken essentially to a sort of prison, quote unquote. They didn't really have like cells or anything. They just kind of threw you into a room they could kind of lock. And Rowan eventually came out and got you afterwards. But nevertheless, you guys were kind of led out she allowed you to leave sort of through a back way, to kind of recuperate mentally. As, you know, it seems like they sort of understand that there's not you can't just immediately go out. They can't expect you immediately just to go do things. And you didn't want to stay there, so they let you out sort of a back way. And you returned to your house, had a little bit of a conversation with Fearne and discussion about Benjy, knowing about Fearne, along kind of turned the topic towards what you guys were going to be doing tomorrow, which was stealing and continuing the job from the Spire, stealing from a man named Bill's Fizzlenozzle.
We were discussing then at the clinic what we were actually going to do to steal from this Fizzlenozzle whenever Felinor randomly showed up, which is a mysterious elf man who is kind of following us at this point. We don't really know. Has popped up multiple times and has stuck his nose in our business many times, but has also given us very powerful magical items. But we don't know a lot about him. But he had shown up, and that is exactly where we left off.
Just out of curiosity, what happens if there's 2 gyroscopes? You kind of look over towards, like, just sort of just standing very still, or maybe suddenly just appeared there. Who knows? You see Felinor standing there, just sort of leaning back, kind of against the wall a little bit, and just sort of arms kind of crossed in front of him, slightly. Just out of curiosity, if there's 2 gyroscopes.
Hello.
How the fuck did you get in here?
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware we did proper greetings. Hello.
The fuck? Where'd you come from?
I've just dropped by.
You just walked in.
I wouldn't say walked, but sure.
I don't know.
What'd you say? Like you slid it through the window or something?
Whatever you want to think.
I'm gonna.
Are you just saying you know that there's 2 fucking gyroscopes?
No, I don't actually know at all. I don't know what you're looking for. It doesn't sound like you do either.
I mean,
But I'm just posing the possibility.
We know what it looks like. I guess we.
But if there's 2 of them,
take them both.
A gyroscope with a sapphire in the center.
I mean, I feel like that could be. There could be multiple things of that nature.
Fuck, we'll take them all, and then whatever the spire doesn't want, we can put in a little goodie bag and sit outside the fucking door, okay?
You don't think that would be... Well, Marie, you were a thief, right?
I mean, I reckon we would just keep them.
The more you take, the more obvious it would be, wouldn't it? That you got robbed, somebody got robbed?
Yeah.
Well, he does make a point. What if I don't know the difference?
Do any of us know what a gyroscope looks like? Like,
it's like the thing with the rings, right? That just
very much like this, yes.
Turn.
He kind of as he says that, or as you say that, he just agrees. He kind of holds up his hand and they cast minor illusion to create a small gyroscope.
oh, that's not anything like what I was imagining.
So, despite this subject, what are you doing here?
Well, I was going to stop by, check in.
You're checking in on us?
Something of that nature, yes. Curious a little bit about what you're doing tomorrow and robbing this person.
Why are you checking in on us?
Am I not allowed to?
It's a little fucking weird.
A little
Well,
weird.
then it's probably going to be weirder when I say I've been checking on you for quite some time.
Oh.
Who are you?
Kind of like glances to both Rowan and Fearne. I thought I made enough of an impact where you could tell somebody about me.
We've had a lot.
Felinor Greywind.
Pleasure.
Yeah, what the
think?
fuck are we supposed to tell her? You're just an elf that just pops up?
Well, I've seen her before. You could have told her my name then. When I left, perhaps.
We were.
How rude of me. There you go, Marie. Felinor Greywind.
Okay, do you work for him or something?
Absolutely not.
No. Oh, by the way, Rowan, you are welcome.
What?
That is my last name now. I believe you were searching for that, wanting it.
How long have you been watching us?
Oh, I've been keeping my eyes on you, quite on and off, but
She's just gonna put her hands on her chest like, what the fuck?
don't worry, I am not interested in you all like that.
That is weird. I don't like that.
How long? What do you mean? You've been
I give you your privacy. Don't worry about that much.
I sure hope
why
so.
Why are you keeping an eye on us?
It's a little weird.
Personal reasons.
She looks back at the other two. Where'd you meet this guy?
Not to be fair, I met them.
He just pops up.
Fearne was talking about personal matters to Elle, and he just kind of stayed there through the entire conversation.
To be fair, I was in the shop before you were there.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, you got me there.
And you were talking fairly loudly.
My goodness.
Oh, man.
Also, care to explain, like, these? He'll kind of, like, knock the staff that's attached to his back.
What about them?
I'm assuming this is your handiwork.
No, I did not make those.
You left them,
I am very flattered that you think I could.
but you left them.
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
I feel
What the fuck?
you're. I've had today. I've dealt with a lot of.
Would you like an
weird-
explanation of what that means? Because
Yes,
you did have
please.
quite a day, Rowan. I feel that giving you that much more information would be a little overwhelming.
Can we know a little bit about why you're interested in us and why you're following us and why we have these and just that's a whole list of things I want to ask.
In time, perhaps.
Oh,
But to answer your question, if Rowan, you are wanting more information about them, I didn't leave those with you. I left a chest with 3 orbs of latent arcane power.
That's a mouthful.
Those orbs decided to present themselves as those items to each of you.
I mean, I'm not complaining. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Thank you for thanking me. You wouldn't believe how hard it is for people to want to thank me after leaving them nice things.
I mean, if you want to leave me more, I'll say thank you all you want.
I mean, they have been helpful, thank you for them. Just it's very concerning and very weird that you would.
Why?
Why not? Why would
So-
you leave?
So you're kind of like a sugar daddy.
What? the
No, not quite. But I do like the comparison.
I'll keep it then.
I like it, but I didn't say it was accurate.
Well, if you want to elaborate.
Not now. In time. I find giving people information is... You ever heard the phrase, teach a man to fish? He'll eat for a lifetime?
Yeah.
Something along those lines. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime.
So you're saying we need to earn that info?
I say I'd rather you figure it out on your own.
Okay.
So, are you saying you watched everything today?
Well, I saw you laying in a pool for about an hour.
What?
I didn't actually watch the whole thing. No, I did watch the beginning parts of it. Entertaining. Interesting. I'm curious why you went there.
Do we ever know why we go places?
I assume so.
You know, you seem to know about Bria, but won't fucking tell me anything, so obviously I have to find that information myself.
I'm just trying to teach you how to fish, Rowan.
Well, it looks like he was drowning and not really fishing.
According to what she said, he didn't drown.
Well, Rowan's alive, and that's all that matters. Rowan didn't drown.
As they're talking, he's still like looking kind of intently at you, just sort of, like, a slight smirk still. But he kind of like turns and looks to Fearne.
Of course.
Well, as I said, checking up. I was nearby. That actually isn't a lie.
I feel like you're always nearby now.
No. Most times I am actually quite far away.
So you can just... Okay, that...
There are spells for that, yes.
Why fucking waste time with us?
Because I believe there's a difference in opinions on what wasting time is.
So, if you've been watching us, did you watch us on Akmar?
He kind of tilts his head. Where?
There's a village on some island that's called Akmar. Did you watch us there?
When was this?
Right after the Whispering Cove.
No. Strangely enough, I couldn't actually scry on any of you.
You couldn't find us? That makes me even more uncomfortable.
I did actually mean to question you about that. That slipped my mind. Thank you for reminding me. What did happen?
I mean, I'm not surprised gods couldn't really find us on that island too.
Gods couldn't find you. Interesting. What?
There was an obelisk. We met an illithid.
Ah, that makes a bit more sense.
It does.
That's news to us.
Well, they're not a fan of gods and are capable of magic, so...
Felinor, are you a god?
No, by no means. No. No, I am actually quite opposed to them. I acknowledge they exist, I know they have benefits,
I mean,
but
I
I'm not a fan
guess
of any of them.
helps a little bit of our questions, but... So gods couldn't find us, and normal people couldn't find us.
Scrying couldn't find you, it seemed like perhaps it was the island that was warded against any detection magics or anything. Though on the subject of gods, just I guess briefly, I will say, Fearne, I am quite a fan of who you chose. No, well, fan is a weird word, but I am more fond of her than the others.
Well, I am learning as much as I can.
I think it's probably the wisest religion to learn about, personally. But that is all opinion. Yeah, it turns and looks back to Rowan. So, Rowan, if you're willing to explain, or maybe elaborate or just give any amount of details, what did happen?
What, at the temple or the fucking island?
Yes, while you were at the temple. The island makes a bit more sense for me now, and I have no desire to delve into that. The temple. Very confusing to me.
I was, quote unquote, chosen to prove myself, or whatever. So,
Chosen to prove yourself?
For the fucking sea mother or whatever. The priestess called her Eurosebastica.
Oh, yes, I've heard that before. I didn't realize that her and the sea mother... I guess they've been using similar phrasings. I didn't realize they were the same thing.
I don't have any idea. That's a little bit beyond me. I've never.
So,
really
did you
cared.
prove yourself? How did you avoid drowning?
And he's gonna glance right at Rowan, just kind of interested.
Shit,
You don't need to tell me. By no means are you am I warranted
mean-
information, but I am just curious.
It is a temple. I mean, I'm sure they got clerics in there.
I didn't know I was under for an hour.
Just about, not quite. But
She.
as I said, you don't need to tell me all the information. I'm just curious about the overview.
She told me I have to look at or find the truth or something in front of me.
Find the
Or
truth in
accept the
front of you.
truth in front of me or whatever. And yeah.
What does that mean?
Fuck if I know. The fucking Sebastica, Eurosebastica, whatever.
Sea mother.
Yeah, Sea Mother. You know, had this nice little quirk of making me relive.
Rowan.
The
I'm assuming I know what you're getting at.
basically made me relive the night that Bria was murdered. Over and over again.
What?
But
Why?
until I just watched it happen.
What?
Are you okay?
No, to be honest, I was planning on getting wasted tonight.
Oh, why didn't you?
Why did you relive it over and over again? What did you do
Because
when it wasn't?
obviously I kept trying to stop it.
Oh. But you couldn't.
No, I couldn't do it by myself, and I fucking...
No. You couldn't do it, Rowan, because it had already happened.
He's gonna, like, clench his fists by his side. I mean... Yes?
Perhaps in her words, maybe you are drowning currently. And she was wrong.
Oh. You know... He doesn't really know what to say.
Fearne's gonna just lay a hand on his arm.
You see, he's actually not like really smirking right now at all. He's more of a straight face.
Marie's just kind of like, okay, let's just leave him alone then. There's no reason to badger him.
No, perhaps not.
Can you at least give me some piece of information if I ask? Maybe.
Perhaps.
I don't even know if I was supposed to see everything I did, but I saw people that were partially responsible for her death.
I should tell you before you ask the question, Rowan, I might not have the answer.
I know.
I'm not omniscient.
But seems like it are sometimes, but you know, I can understand that.
I have enough information.
The one thing I didn't see is what has been irritating me since we got off the fucking Aboleth Island. Because it said something, but again, I don't know if it's... I don't think it's the truth. It can't be the truth. I didn't see any... The Aboleth supposedly said that the Keeper was partially responsible for Bria's death. And I was kind of sneaking around, so it was hard to hear a lot of things, but I didn't get that sense. At least I don't know. You don't happen to know that? Just a yes or no would be great.
He kind of like looks at you for a moment, and just sort of narrowing his eyes a little bit, sort of almost like thinking. Do you... Man. He kind of like waves his hand, waves his hand for you to like basically come here.
Okay. Rowan will slowly walk over to him.
Yeah, like leans into whisper in your ear. Do you understand that she's dead?
Yes, I fucking understand that she's dead.
Do you understand that you can't save her anymore?
I'm aware. I just want to see justice done for her.
Yeah, like slightly like turns his head a little bit to look at you and just... Right. I don't know. But I'll look into it for you.
Wait, you'll actually look into it for me?
He kind of leans back up and kind of just sets his hand on his shoulder a little bit and sort of pats it slightly before moving his hand back down across him. Yes, I'll look into it for you.
Thank you.
I'm curious myself, actually. So no need to thank me.
I just hope. I assume the Aboleth is lying. I don't want to really think about what that means at all. So I just...
What would it mean?
I don't want to think about it. At all.
I think maybe, Rowan... I said I'm not a fan of gods, but this Yerosabastica seems like they have some decent tenets to their religion. Maybe don't try to hide in ignorance.
I mean,
You don't want to think about it, no, but I understand. And I know why. But it might be a good idea to think about it.
Well, I'll think about it, because supposedly I have favor with the High Priestess now.
You don't need to believe in their god, you know that, right?
I mean, it's kind of hard not to believe in it when I was in its fucking mouth.
I apologize. My wording was not quite accurate there. You don't need to worship it.
I mean, that's not going to be an issue. I don't... The gods haven't done anything for me. So
It kind of goes for any gods. You don't need to worship anything about them. But not everything they say is complete bullshit and unhelpful.
Well, good to know. Good of you to just kind of pop into my clinic again.
Could you maybe
Would you
not
rather I knock?
scare us next time?
I apologize, you are fairly skittish, so I feel like that's... Me showing up at the front door would do the same.
People use the front door, though, if you... Yeah.
Well, you had a close sign on.
God.
Oh my god, I fucking love him.
He seems like smirk a little bit again. Just...
Fearne's just gonna giggle from that and then like put a hand on her mouth like
Marie unfortunately still looks very concerned, so...
You see him like kind of just smirk slightly and then kind of face straighten in to your runners. Maybe take my words, what I just said, to heart a little bit, and I'll make sure to share what I find with you.
Oh, okay. So the temple has answers.
Just
okay.
attempt. Might be in your best interest.
I kind of look at him a little suspiciously. All right.
Kind of like glances over towards Marie now.
She's looking at Rowan, so...
Bird's going back all right.
Wait, what?
Whatever happened to it.
Thank you. She looks at him startled and then kind of looks down at her, skin. I mean,
Bird's growing back in, so it's very like very short right now, but
she at least doesn't look naked anymore.
yeah.
Got
She's
that,
not like those.
that army buzz cut going.
Oh,
It's not like those ugly hairless cat sort of things.
They're not ugly. You take those words back. They're so cute.
It can be a little
little goblins.
Eli!
It can be a little
Little cute goblins.
We agree to disagree. They're cute little rolls. All right, go on.
No, it doesn't.
Thank you, I guess.
Oh, I mean, it wasn't really a compliment necessarily. It was just an observation. Sure.
Okay. She doesn't really know what to do with him.
He like seems like he's like kind of as he's looking at you. He seems like he kind of is a little bit in the same boat of like just sort of curious, but not exactly sure how to broach the topic.
So are you like an elf or something?
Yes, yes, I think that was fairly obvious. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. They're acting like you're really
Well,
powerful,
the ears,
like,
the
and...
more angled face.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were just like looking like one or whatever. Like,
No.
they've
No.
run into some really weird people, if I can say so.
Fearne's gonna look over there and be like like
No. Yes, you. I mean,
I didn't know if you were like an elf or like not an elf. I don't mean to be rude.
I suppose it's a fair question. I guess. Although I'm curious what you thought the other option might have been.
Honestly, don't know. I'm seeing a lot of new things lately.
Well, you are not. You're out of your little hovel now,
Hovel.
and out of the Feywild, I suppose.
oh.
She like stops and then like squints at him. Wait, how do you know about that?
I've been listening to you all for quite some time. Do you recall the beginning of this conversation?
I mean, yeah, but
I get also sound through that as well.
fuck.
It's not just watching.
You know, you should really ask a lady before you start listening on all of her secrets, maybe?
Oh man. Oh no, God, does he know? Fearne called him kinda handsome. No! Please say no.
You don't know.
Oh no.
It's okay, he's your sugar daddy, it's fine.
No.
I mean, perhaps if you did it. I mean, you can't tell me that you haven't stolen somebody's diary or personal information before.
Not diary per se, but
Same thing.
Fine. Not wrong.
Okay.
Apologize, though. You were just curious to me.
Hope I didn't disappoint.
I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out.
Likewise.
He looks between you three, and as he says that, well, I was just, as I said, curious and nearby. Figured I might come ask Rowan. Though I will next time be certain to knock, despite there being a closed sign. If that is what you wish me to do, Rowan.
Much
Of course.
appreciated. Yes.
Kind of sits up, kind of, or stands up straighter off the wall and just sort of dusts his jacket a little bit and sort of straightens it out. Or not jacket, but his robes a little bit and straightens them out. And kind of looks between you all again. So, just out of curiosity, where do you all have plans for after you steal this gyroscope thing?
Oh, what exactly are you asking?
This gyroscope that you are stealing tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Any plans after that?
Like, we're gonna go out to eat after?
I suppose that it still falls into the boundaries of what I asked, so yes, if you wanted to be a smartass about it.
I'm asking you to elaborate on your question a little, sir. Are you asking what we're gonna do with it?
Well, I assume you're giving it to your boss.
Mm-hmm. Asking where we're heading
Unless you're not.
after.
I'm just curious.
I don't think we've really got any plans.
Everything kind of depends on what information he can give me. Why?
Why what?
Why'd you ask?
Oh, I'm just curious if you all happen to find yourself in the Ascendancy. I'm planning a bit of a banquet.
You're inviting us
Banquet?
to a party?
More or less, yes, I suppose.
Marie brightens up at that.
It would be a bit more akin to what you're used to, Fearne.
I've never been to the Ascendancy.
No, of course not, but in being of a noble family.
Parties, yeah. Do we... Question. Do we get to dress up?
Well, if you can make it, by chance, sure.
She just looks at Rowan with big eyes like, I want to go.
Marie's also going to, a second she sees Fearne do it, also look at Rowan with big eyes.
I'm not fucking controlling you guys. You guys can go
but-
fucking...
but-
Rowan, come with us to
you
a
would look-
party.
You would look very nice in a suit.
You do have time, Rowan. It's going to be in about 6 months.
So 6 months? What? Who plans a party?
Everybody!
Months?
It takes time.
Well, to be fair, Fearne's people, not everybody, just any people of importance. Yes.
You're someone of importance, huh?
Some people like to think so.
So you're inviting us to a party in the Ascendancy in a certain area?
Yes, a house. I can give you all more information. Assuming you are... Well, I can give you a formal invitation, I suppose. Assuming you're all wanting to go, but you don't need to give an answer now. I'm sure we'll meet again before then.
I think you know the answer.
Fearne is like, any excuse to get to dress up. I'm a little curious. I've never been to the Ascendancy, and that sounds kind of nice.
What are you celebrating?
It's not necessarily a celebration. Like I said, more details are to come.
I don't fucking understand. Okay.
There is, if you really must know, a particular someone that I wish to honor. The banquet's for them. Do you intend to come?
I don't see any reason for us to know.
I don't fucking know.
Then you can give me your answer at a later date, I suppose. And I, of course, will come with more information at a later date. I believe it takes about a month and a half to travel to the Ascendancy from here. Just about.
Just us three, or do we get to bring our friends?
You can let me know if you have a +1.
So we can bring, she does quotes, dates.
Yes, you can bring dates if you wish. Yeah. I should be off. I appreciate you all humoring me.
Right?
Despite what you've been through today. And kind of glances to Rowan and says that. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night. Steps forward and kind of goes through the door from the clinic to the waiting room and everything. You kind of hear the door outside, or leading to outside, and you kind of just hear from like the sort of waiting room areas. Who the hell was that? Where did he come from? What is it?
Poor Benjy.
Are they? Oh shit! Are they alive? You can Benjy kind of like you hear his footsteps just kind of like quickly just in pace just kind of come to the door and kind of open the door. And oh, you're all alive. There was a weird man that walked through the waiting room just a second ago.
Benjy, you're really slacking. He just broke right in through the window.
I did nothing.
He's a fucking. He's some kind of magician, wizard. I don't fucking.
Mage?
Alright, so maybe he didn't break the window. Maybe he just did something else. I don't know. You're all alive. That's all. I'm just double checking that. Alright, I'm gonna go back down there. Can I just give the thumbs up? I'm
Thanks for checking
tired.
on us.
Of course, I am tired. Rowan, should I go find a tavern, or is there a bed here I can stay in?
Rowan, we could walk back to the tavern. It's okay. Okay.
That's why I'm asking. I am fine with doing it. I just need to ask.
What time do we want to do our thing tomorrow?
As you guys begin to discuss your plans and to kind of sort out when you're going to be doing things, if they're who's going to be staying here, or if they're going to be going renting a tavern.
Fearne would probably get Benjy a room at the tavern that she's staying at.
Israela, obviously Burp and Zol are kind of they sort of expect to just kind of be allowed to stay here. Israela allowed to stay in the clinic? Should she be finding a place of her own?
She can stay in the clinic. Rowan, at this moment, does not even care. He's going to go lock himself in his room and drink the good alcohol until he can no longer remember his own name.
Okay, it probably doesn't take super long, but you guys wake up with a new day, refreshed, relaxed, sort of. What do you guys want to get done? You're all different places right now.
I'm assuming we've probably discussed meeting at the tavern.
Fearne's at the tavern, Miri's at the Spire's place.
Yeah.
And Rowan's obviously at his clinic.
So Rowan will wake up and head to the Bronze Rock Tavern.
You go ahead and make your way there. Easy enough.
Marie's also just gonna head over there whenever she gets up and around.
Okay. Couple weird looks. Marie, make a
oh no.
Constitution saving throw in the morning.
16.
It's enough for now. However, you still have the same kind of effects you did yesterday, where you just it's hard to just walk on two legs. You can, but it's not comfortable at all. It's definitely comfortable, to walk on all fours and whatnot.
I think she's gonna walk on all fours for most of the walk to the tavern or inn or whatever it was, and just gonna do what she did the day before and get up on two legs whenever she gets there.
You guys all meet up in the tavern. Rowan, did you bring anybody with you?
Just himself.
So there's still just kind of at your tavern. Benjy is there, however, as he went to the tavern too. He's hired by Fearne specifically, so he's going to specifically stay with Fearne.
Fearne's probably eating breakfast.
Rowan will probably, whenever he actually gets there, will kind of go sit by her.
She'll glance over and be like, "Good morning, Rowan." You okay?
Peachy.
I take that as a no. Do You want something to eat?
No. I'm fine. I'm just fine.
All right. Water?
He'll just kind of look at her and bring his water skin up to his mouth and take a sip.
She's like, okay, that's fair.
I don't know how much later Marie comes in after him.
Not much. No. Probably coming like right near the end. Yeah.
She's gonna head over to the table and is going to climb up in a chair to Fearne's other side.
Oh, well. How are you lot doing this morning?
I think I slept great. I mean, I feel okay.
Oh, that's a good sign.
As well, Benjy's actually not currently in the tavern with you, Fearne. Fearne, he would have let you know he was gonna go double check on a couple things, but he'd be back shortly. If you weren't, he said to let you know not to wait up for him. If you're not here, he'd go wait by or at Rowan's clinic.
Where'd your boy go?
He said he had to go do something.
He didn't tell you what.
Does he have to?
I mean, well, he did say he wasn't gonna do anything that would, like, endanger you, right? Like, that's part of your contract.
Yes.
Alright, well,
Okay.
I guess you don't really need to know.
I mean, I don't think I paid him to know everything about his life.
Fair's fair. So... how prepared do you guys feel?
A little nervous.
What was the plan again?
We,
Did we kind of have one?
No.
not really. We distract this fucker and hopefully Fearne can, like, still.
She looks at Fearne really doubtfully.
Fearne looks very nervous and is just sipping her water.
Oh, right. I did the vial for you, the sleep-in vial.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
That you can use on the bartender to like, take their form and their clothes. Right? Wasn't that part of the... I don't really remember, to be honest.
Something like that, yeah.
Are you gonna manage well today?
What?
Are you gonna manage well today? You're looking kind of rough.
Feeling fine.
Okay.
I just want to get this over with. And so that way we can get back to the Spire and he can finish his deal. And that's all I'm focusing on.
Fair's fair.
Are you sure? What if I get in there and it's not in there? Or what if it's locked up?
Then we know and we can move on from there. First part to any heist is knowing where your subject is.
Like, worst case scenario, if you can at least, like, figure out where it's at, we can go back later.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You just have to describe it to me.
Okay.
We just don't want to get caught. That's all. That's the entire goal right now, I think, is just not getting caught.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, well, Marie and I will be talking to Fizzlenozzle. So hopefully you'll be able to kind of meander, but, pretty freely.
You got this, it'll be fine.
You can at least put that on, like, 2 darts, for sure, and have it be pretty effective. You might be able to squeeze out a 3rd. I didn't make that much, but, in case you get in a pinch, that's an option. Because you definitely, I don't particularly want to go in and kill anyone here. Because I'm assuming this is just business. So sleeping is a good one,
Yeah, I don't want to kill anybody for this either.
Just worst case scenario, you can use that on more than one person, maybe. But hopefully I'll just have to use it on the one.
Hopefully you won't have to use it at all, but you have options. Don't be too scared. Okay?
So is it just... Are all 3 of us going to go in at the same time, or is Fearne going to come in later?
I mean,
I don't think he knows I am even with you guys.
he does.
Oh.
He asked if it'd be alright if you all came with us. But you don't have to come in looking like yourself, Fearne, nor do you have to come with us at all. In the first, like, at the same time.
We can just tell him that you guys decided you had other business to attend.
Exactly.
Ooh, okay. Seems really complicated, but I guess we can try this.
Marie, you can cast that spell, right?
Yeah,
Talking in your head spell.
Sending. I sure can.
You can talk to Fearne, worst case scenario, and she can talk back, right?
A limited amount of times, yeah.
So I guess if we get in and realize it's not going to work, we can just have Marie contact you.
Cough, cough. Didn't Fearne get, like, some magic talky things? Cough, cough.
The stones. Yes. Thank you for reminding me that those exist. Fearne's just gonna be like, wait, sending. Ah! She's gonna her bag off of her, digging through it for a second, and hand Rowan one of the stones.
What's this?
I should have given you one of these earlier. It would have been a good idea. But these are sending stones. You talk into it, and then I can hear the message and send something back. But I think only once a day.
All right. Well, that's good. I was gonna test it out, so that's not. It's fine. Well, that's good.
I'm really glad you didn't.
We've got Marie's head spell, and then we've got this if we need it. So I think we have a plan, kinda. I mean, we really won't know until we get in there.
Oh.
So do you want to head that way?
I mean, when were they supposed to meet with him, at noon?
Oh, yeah, no, he said, like, about lunch-ish.
I mean, we've got a little bit of time to kill.
Do we want to bring anyone else with us, or probably the least suspicious? I don't do this kind of shit.
Usually you work in small groups or solo because the less faces they remember, the better.
I don't really want to drag Benjy into this. He said he was going to do something and then meet back either at Rowan's.
He said he's going to be about an hour.
Really don't feel like Rayla would be very comfortable with you, Ray. And no offense, but I don't think your little friend would be very good at this either. He's very noisy.
He also might say something we don't want.
Yeah,
to have
that
said.
too.
Alright, well I guess it's just us three. I mean, worst case scenario, we're just going in to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get out.
Yeah, exactly. And if Fearne gets caught and she gets loose again, she just needs to, like, never use that face again. So, Fearne, look like someone you don't care about.
If you're transforming into, like, a patron of whatever, then you won't even have to worry about it, you know?
Yeah, just look like some random bloke off the road.
So, are you wanting me to be a random person or somebody that works there? I'm getting different vibes.
Well, you got to look like someone who isn't you until you catch the person you're going to look like in there, right?
I can work with that, I guess.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree. Yeah, just someone random. Make up a face or whatever. Yeah, you do. And then once you get someone that works there, change into them. But that way, they won't have your face.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find a place to hide to do that.
Well, we're in the tavern. You can go upstairs, right? In your room?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I guess. Go and go upstairs and change.
It's the most private place I could think of, unless we want to go to our own shop.
I guess I can just go upstairs and do that.
Yeah, go do that. Because, I mean, it doesn't obviously matter if you just go up and then someone else comes down. Like, no one here is really paying that much attention.
Mm-mm.
Or shouldn't be, so...
And I can just lie if they ask me what I'm doing up here.
We'll go change so we can get this show on the road.
Okay. Just gonna slide off the chair and start heading upstairs.
Was there any breakfast left over that Fearne left?
She can have the rest. Probably all the meat.
Oh yeah, she's gonna be eating some bacon.
You mean you're upstairs, you change. Come back down. Nobody questions you, nobody's in your room.
What'd you change into?
I think I have an elf photo. Yeah.
Okay, so another elf.
Yeah.
Male, female?
A male.
So, male elf comes down and comes over towards you guys' table you guys were at and sits down. You don't know them, Rowan. And Marie doesn't know them.
We're just kind of gonna look.
He's just gonna mess with them a little bit and just smile and be like, "How's it going?"
Rowan just kind of squints his eyes.
You can make an insight check if you would like.
Oh, hello.
20 insight.
20 insight. Rowan, you can tell this is
Jesus
Fearne.
Christ.
I want to roll an insight check. Give me 1 second.
I'm ready for Marie not to know.
Oh, no idea.
You're a little skeptical. You're not sure.
There we go.
She doesn't care. Hello.
Seems to the table. Rowan, you know.
Of course.
You know Fearne, you know.
Jesus.
Marie, you're not so sure.
Marie's nibbling on bacon and giving this guy a really dubious look.
Alright, well, now that we're all back, are we ready to kind of head that way?
What about Fearne?
He's just gonna blink and like, what?
He's just gonna pout a little bit and be like, "Oh, he saw through it."
Alright, well, anyway, he's gonna stand up.
Wait, what?
Fearne's just gonna get up and offer her arm for Marie.
Marie looks like confused as hell.
She's just like, but
Marie, about this time, you are kind of passive insight enough to realize, like, the way she's acting a little bit, like, sort of get laughing, and then Rowan obviously going along with it. You could, and the fact that they're actually offering to pick you up, it's knowing that you're a talking cat, it's probably Fearne.
she's gonna like smooth out her skirts and she's like, I got it. I was just messing with y'all.
she's going to hold up her little paws so that Fearne can pick her up.
Yeah, they'll pick them up, put her on their shoulders.
Rowan will start. I have no idea. Does he know any idea where the garden portal is?
They told you where it is.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, how to get there.
We'll start heading that way.
You make your way a little bit. It's along in the same sort of district as the Bronze Rock, so it's a little bit like, for Barge Tide at least, a little bit of a nicer district. I mean, it's still not, it's not like hoity-toity, people, all, nobles and whatnot walking around. It's still, sketch for me, but it's normal for you. But it is like the shops and everything everything seems to be a bit better upkept, less sort of ramshack put together. But you guys make your way to looks like a fairly, decent sized sort of tavern-like establishment. With the garden portal, and sort of has the sign has intricate flowers kind of twisting, spiraling out, and sort of decorating behind the lettering.
Before they walk inside, Marie's gonna like pat Fearne's arm. All right, you can let me down now, gentlemen.
She'll just pick her up off of their shoulder and put her down and be like, "My lady."
Oh, you're so kind.
Rowan is gonna roll his eyes blatantly. So anyway, I don't know. Do you want to give us like 10 minutes before you go in?
Sure. I will meander out here and wait.
Yeah. Good luck.
Break a leg.
I'd rather not.
All right. Rowan will open the door and keep it open for Marie to go inside.
She's gonna scurry in.
You guys head inside to a quaint sort of, it's not large, fairly comfy tavern. Decorated in sort of a darker oak-like wood, a bit more polished, nicer looking. At the tavern, there is just a single man kind of over in the far corner, far away from the door, that's sort of just drinking himself. And then on the counters themselves, there is two tieflings, look to be like twins, one male, one female. The male tiefling being a bit more of a sort of reddish, pinkish kind of color. The female one being more of a sort of a little bit of a lighter purplish color. Both kind of smile at you. Their hair is close to the same length. Woman's is a little bit longer, but kind of pulled back a little bit and tied and styled in the same way. Their horns curl around very similarly. They kind of look at you and both give a smile kind of in unison as you guys walk in.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the garden portal. How can we help you? What's your
Um,
poison? What can we get for you?
I believe we were supposed to meet someone here.
Oh, who are you supposed to meet here? Somebody we should know about? Or perhaps they've already shown up. Yes, maybe.
We're looking for Millybank Featherbottom.
Millie? Yeah, oh. We can surely get that. I believe she's around here somewhere. I'll go get her. You kind of see the female tiefling kind of walk off for a moment. You kind of just hear faintly as she kind of goes back through the back door. You just hear her just faint, Millie! And kind of door closes. Male tiefling kind of looks at you. Can we get you anything in the meantime?
I mean, wouldn't say no.
I'm fine.
Or can we have anything prepared for you, I should say?
What do you got?
Yeah, it depends what you're looking for. What's generally your pick? And as a note, too, they don't seem to be at all thrown off by you as a talking cat.
Oh, she appreciates this. This is great.
You know, kind of a whiskey lady.
Kind of like raises about you. Kind of like looks you guys up and down a little bit. You've never really been to the Hall of Wonders, have you?
No.
Oh, well. I guess we get to be the lucky couple that pops your cherry. Right, well. There's a couple different options we can have prepared for you when you arrive. One there is Sweetwater, Bill's Best, Blackthorn Ale, the Trusty Swords, Goblin Snuff, and, well, Bill's favorite, the Hills Giant's Gut Punch.
Yes. Oh my god.
Any of those tickle your fancy?
That last one sounds quite interesting.
Hills Giant Gut Punch.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, yeah, I believe I do recall Bill talking about you, so, so half gold, or half price, so 1 gold. Have that ready for you.
Alright.
I'll send the order through.
She's going to fiddle through her purse and is going to take out 1 gold and is gonna hop up on the counter just long enough to set it down in front of him.
He kind of like quickly takes gold between like his index and middle finger and sort of picks up and just sort of not really even looking at you, just kind of like gives a nod to you and smiles. He looks to you, Rowan, and how about for you? And then around the same time, the female tiefling comes back out, and as he finishes saying that, she kind of leans against the counter next to him and says, yes, what about you? Any pick? Any of those sound fancy?
Oh, God.
You look like you could use a drink or two.
Yeah, well, you're not particularly wrong. You said something about Sweetwater?
Yes, Thunder is Sweetwater. One of my favorites, personally.
Sure.
It's a bit more expensive, but it is worth it.
How much is expensive?
Do you think we can do half price on that one? I don't really think so. That is a bit much more of the fancier one. Yeah, right. I'll tell you what, I'll chip in 2 gold for you. I like you. 12 gold. You look
sure.
like you could use it, definitely.
Yeah, sure.
You know what, well, maybe we can eat even 10 then. 1 platinum?
Oh, what?
That's quite a deal. You sure you want to throw in that much? I'm sure. He's cute.
This is really unnecessary. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's not believe me, it won't be a recurring thing. Maybe. She kind of like, as she says that, kind of looks you up and down a little bit.
Oh
Rowan,
my god.
take the deal. Don't turn a lady
But
down.
for your first visit.
Rowan's ear tips are turning slightly pink. But he will pull out 10 gold and put it on the counter.
I think you can pull out a single platinum too. A platinum, 10
Oh,
gold. Same
actually,
thing.
yeah, platinum.
Yeah, both are the same thing. Pull out platinum. She kind of takes it just with her, just in between her index finger and thumb, and just kind of looks at it and kind of smiles and pockets away, but actually like just between her breasts. Just, right, we'll have that prepared for you. Well, Millie will be out in a moment. You all can take a seat, or if you are a bit parched right now, we can maybe provide some mediocre drinks. No, mediocre is a word for it, I assume. I guess. Oh, that's all we have here. I know, but I wouldn't even know if I'd call it mediocre. It seems like a compliment. Well, you know, we do what we can.
I never turn nothing down, so.
Oh my god.
It will cost here, though.
I mean, I figured.
And there's sort of like a brief kind of knock, and you're just like, oh, maybe not. You kind of look behind them. You see a female gnome walking out from the back room that they're at. Kind of walks out and kind of looks at you. I assume that you were the two that Fizzlenozzle was talking about?
I assume so.
Unless you're, well, that's just another talking cat.
I haven't met very many.
This is definitely the one talking cat.
All right. Well, she kind of comes around the counter and kind of a little bit away from you, kind of like heading down like towards another door on the kind of far side of the tavern that you guys actually didn't notice when you came in here. Follow me. We'll go right this way.
Okay.
You you're all feeling all right? No upset stomach, sicknesses, prior conditions, anything?
No. What?
Right.
No.
Come on in. He's walking through and kind of opens the door and gestures for you to follow through. And as you look through the door, you don't really see anything. It's like black, dark. Rowan, you can't even see anything with your dark vision through there.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Right.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll follow.
Yeah. He's like gesturing for you guys to go ahead.
Oh. All right.
Marie's gonna look at
Oh.
him and shrug, and it's just gonna go in.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. What is Fearne gonna do?
Get fucked, Fearne.
As you step through what you now discover is a portal, you feel a very tingling sensation kind of just through your own whole body. But as you take 2 more paces, you find yourself kind of in more solid ground, tingling sensation kind of fading away. You find yourself at the bottom of stone steps, looking up at the doors to what presumably is the Hall of Wonders. As you kind of step up, she goes up and opens the door, and kind of see through the doors is a grassy expanse welcoming visitors with lush aromatic flower beds and manicured topiaries. At the kind of far borders and edges, you see intricate brass work fence serves as a caution to not wander too far, because as you kind of look past that, there's nothing. It looks like clouds, and there's a sort of a steep drop.
Oh.
You kind of look behind you too. You kind of see the same thing. Kind of going around over to the other side. You look. Seems like you're on almost like a floating island.
This is wicked.
The portal itself is still up, but it looks exactly the same as it did on the other side. Just kind of like nothing is on the other side. As you look beyond the fence, just only sky. You can see other patrons kind of seated at small tables, taking the impressive view while enjoying beverages. Drink servers and greeters are easily recognizable by their uniforms, with sort of a sun yellow tunics with golden embroidery at the wrists and neck. Which you do see as she has stepped through. You see that she has very similar. Millie has very similar sort of garb on. Hers looks a little bit more fancy, maybe as a form of, a little bit higher up manager, whatever, supervisor, whatnot. Has a little bit more seniority on the rest of the people here. You also see beside the garden, you see what probably is the hall itself. The architecture and the height of the structure is by itself, just sort of a kind of a wonder to behold. Azure blue stone, sanded smooth, forms the cylindrical towers of the main building. Spires pierce the sky, which is not in itself very hard being in the sky, but their golden flags waving in the faint breeze. Stained glass windows encompassed by gold framing decorate the facade. To the south of the main building is a large brass dome. This is the observatory, which, well, as you can see out of there, has like a very large telescope looking at it right now.
Holy fuck.
Wow.
As Millie is sort of there, well, Bills should be inside. She gestures to the golden doors leading to the hall, as well as your drinks should be there as well. I do need to return. I have to lead people here after all, but you do both of you enjoy your stay, and well, this is not her voice, I realize, but enjoy your stay, and well, don't fall off. Kind of gives you each of you a wink and just kind of goes back through the portal, and you see her just kind of disappear.
Marie, this is not looking good.
Are you kidding? This is fucking wonderful. I mean, I don't know how Fearne's gonna do with this, but this is
what I'm
wicked.
Fearne, how the fuck is Fearne gonna get in here?
You know what? We might have to be figuring this out as we do it, wing it, as they say.
She's going to try and hop up onto his shoulder.
All right, fine. God. Oh, hopefully Fearne could figure out something.
Listen. If she can't, like, I know how to get through here now, right?
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and I guess go to talk to Bills. I suppose.
Yeah.
He will walk towards the golden doors.
Yeah. Stepping through the golden doors, you are struck with a sense that the inside space is much larger than the outside. The grand foyer is decorated with marble floors and pillars, both accented with gold filigree. Bronze busts of great wizards are displayed in alcoves along the east and west walls. Their arcane weapon of choice hung on the wall above, or at least a piece of a stand-in. You don't know if these are... I mean, you don't really know all of these people, and you don't know, like, if this would be what their weapon of choice was.
Mm-hmm.
But each of them does have a name. And as you guys look, you actually do recognize one of them. As you kind of look at it and you kind of squint. You've seen that same man before in a tower on an island.
What?
That also was kind of fucked up.
Wait, what? What?
You do recall in the tower on the Whispering Cove, and sort of the main office area, there was above the fireplace, a painting of a man. You guys didn't take a look at you guys didn't take a look at it very in detail, in depth. There was multiple things there you guys could have investigated for more in depth, but it's enough. You saw it enough to recognize the man. It is a bust of him.
Marie's gonna look at it curiously.
That's uncomfortable.
I think I want to live here. This place is really neat.
What? No, absolutely not.
What if I just did the house cat thing, Rowan? I'm joking. Don't look at me like that.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, he's just gonna keep moving.
As you guys go through the foyer, another vast interior space awaits. Frescoes depicting the lives of the great wizards lined the uppermost walls, leading the viewer to a grand domed ceiling. Within the dome, what seems to be like a semi-living painting. It seems to mimic the celestial bodies beyond this realm. The stars and planets and whatnot, what it would look like if you could see it outside currently. Directly beneath the dome, a slowly rotating bar offers another opportunity for guests to soak in the enchantment. A menagerie of bottled spirits and wines line the glass shelving at the center of this spectacle. A work of art in its own right. Bartenders just awaiting any patrons that might come by and ask for a drink, which currently there are two up there grabbing drinks and taking a walk off. And as you guys make eye contact, one of the bartenders, an elven man, kind of looks to you both, sort of gives a nod and holds up two glasses kind of towards you guys specifically.
Come on, Rowan.
He'll walk over there.
Hello.
Hello.
I believe this is for you two.
Thank you.
Of course, here you are. Sets the glasses towards you, and on like right next to them, kind of sideways, sets like two little what would be like coasters or something.
Oh.
There you are. If you need anything more, feel free to come back or a refill.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Rowan, can you get it for me? I've been feeling a little clumsy today.
Jesus Christ. He'll pick up both drinks.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, looks underneath like the bar for a moment and fiddles just a couple things before kind of going to what would be Marie's glass, kind of hitching a little small kind of mechanical attachment on there that looks like it's a little strange at first because it's kind of this bulbous sort of grayish kind of tumorish like thing on there that as soon as he gestures for you, Marie, you kind of just hesitantly grab it. It does seem to kind of form a little bit to make it easier for you to pick up.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank Bills. He was the one telling us you were coming and gave us this for you.
Oh, this is perfect.
Really thought ahead. Thank you.
Of course.
Grab his drink.
Enjoy.
Mm-hmm. Let's...
Bilzul should be with you all shortly.
Okay.
I believe you are a bit early, though. Kind of like looks up. Maybe an hour or two.
Can we wander around? Is that like allowed here?
Of course, any locked doors obviously are locked for a reason. But anywhere else is free. I believe the observatory is open today if you wish.
Where can I find that?
That is actually, you have to go around or just through the back door. He kind of gestures, kind of, as the, you didn't quite notice it, because it's very subtle, and almost like, as you kind of stepped on it, but like this sort of area, the room itself seems to be kind of like rotating slightly, sort of circular. And because as you kind of look to the sides, the paintings are different.
Oh.
Like the different part of the area. But he kind of just points actually forward from where he's at now, which is now what would be the back of the opposite side that you came in at.
Interesting. Okay.
You also can say look, because we'll call that side, the side you came in from, we'll call it south. There are entertainers on display in the south, and east, what's maybe stages. Both competing with one another to sort of monopolize the attention of the kind of wealthier patrons that seem to be here.
All right.
Thanks. Yeah, I will wander around. You know, we didn't mean to get here early. Just
Of course. If you have any questions, you feel free to come up or talk to any one of our greeters. He kind of gestures around, and you notice there's a couple of people sort of in a sort of more provocative version of the uniform. Sort of just kind of at attention around the place.
Marie is rethinking about having joked about becoming a house cat here. This place is great.
oh my god. Rowan will kind of nod at the bartender and head over to where he pointed to the observatory, the back door area.
You guys head back out there, or start heading that way. Fearne. You waited a little while, then you come inside as well, right? Okay. You come inside. You're greeted by the same scene, sort of a darker oak, sort of polished floor. It's a little bit nicer, tavern than what, maybe not quite as nice as the Bronze Rock, but decently nice, comfy, sort of a little bit more smaller. But you as well see the two tieflings kind of talking to each other, and then as you kind of come in, they both look to each other. It's like, how's it going? What can we do for you?
Fearne just goes, I heard about this place and decided to come get a drink.
Oh, yeah. Whoever you heard about it from, it had good taste. Very good taste, I would say. Unless they were shit talking it. No, I doubt they were shit talking it. Well, you never know. So, what can we get you then? What's your poison?
Something light to start off with.
Something light. I'm sure we have a couple meads. Yeah. Just a mead. Sure, I can get you some. Oh, well, I got the last one, so I think it's your turn. All right. He kind of turns to go and kind of behind him, grab a tankard and begins to go get a mead poured. Before coming back to sit on the counter. 2 copper for that one. We can make it 1 copper. Really, today. You're on a roll. I'm sorry. You really have a thing for elves, don't you? Well,
Fearne just looks confused for a second, and then just...
She kind of turns back, smiling at you.
And then it just clicks and just blushes a little and just... You don't have to get...
Perhaps it's more of the unkept look that you like. Maybe both, actually, but I don't need you talking about it in front of them. Well, you're just out, not really being very discreet about it in front of them. I found if I'm discreet, then they don't really know.
And he just does one of those faces like, yeah.
For his rudeness on the house. Believe me, it's not for my rudeness.
Oh, well, thank you.
Of course. Is that going to be all?
Yeah, that's all for now.
He gives a nod and looks to the other one. We should leave him be then. Right. Kind of move a little bit further, a little bit away from the bar and kind of, essentially, away from you to sort of give you your space. Have your drink in front of you.
And he'll grab it and glance around.
Glance around. He's the one patron kind of over at the other end of the bar. Otherwise, not really anybody here.
Oh, God. Fearne's just gonna go sit. And you're like, where the fuck did they go? They punched.
On the ground, other than the door behind the counter, you don't see anything, any other doors or anything.
Fuck magic, man.
Yep, Fearne's just sitting at that table. She's like, where did they go? Sipping that mead.
Yeah, just sit at the table, sip the mead.
What the fuck happened to the plan?
If you don't do anything else, then nothing else happens for you, unfortunately. So, Rowan and Marie, you guys are both going to the observatory?
Uh-huh.
You guys go to the observatory. Yeah, there's a couple people in here kind of looking around at various sort of astrological sort of devices and charts and maps and things of that nature. The centerpiece of this room, however, is the very large, probably not made of gold, but it looks kind of just golden telescope that is looking up, pointed towards the heavens. The room itself, as well, is kind of decorated very similarly with marble floors and sort of azure stone walls.
Jesus.
Never seen anything like this.
This literally reeks of money. Holy fuck.
I love it.
And as you guys did get to the end of the main hall, you kind of walked past two winding staircases that went upwards and then outside and then into the observatory.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, should we... I guess we look while we're here, I suppose.
I mean, that's the idea.
Rowan will kind of look through the telescope, go up to it. I'm
See the
assuming.
telescope? Yeah, it's pointed up towards nothing specific at the moment, but the clouds are not in the way of us. With the height this is up in the sky, clouds aren't really an issue.
Holy
Daylight
fuck.
becomes a little bit less of an issue with sort of being in this up for higher. It does seem to be enchanted to the point where the telescope is almost observing it as though it's always night, so it's easier to see. And it does zoom in quite a bit. You're pretty close to like actually seeing these sort of planetary formations. Where it's be pointed now would be probably be like an asteroid field or something of that nature, or like the edge of an asteroid field.
Fuck. He'll kind of lean down a little bit so Marie could look if she wants.
You'd see the same thing, Marie.
Oh, that's weird.
She's going to like pull her head away and then it's gonna squint back through it again.
Do you think we should go check out those staircases?
Wait, what?
She's going to look at him. She looks really confused about what she just looked at.
Yeah, staircases? Yeah, that sounds right.
I don't know where the fuck to try and find it. This place is insane.
It's a lot bigger than I thought it was gonna be, I'm going to be honest.
I thought it was gonna be a fucking downstairs, not a magic island.
I mean, I know he was like a wizard or something, but this is kind of crazy.
The fact that he's a Velosh fucking bust makes me a little nervous about this whole thing.
Do you think he's older than he looks?
Let's just get looking. Hopefully Fearne is gonna make her way in. And we can find something too.
Hopefully.
So you said that there was a staircase. So we went
You
up
can go
a
back
staircase.
into the main hall area.
Okay.
You didn't go up a staircase. You went in between the two staircases, out a door.
Oh, okay.
And so if you
yeah.
go back in, the two staircases will be there and kind of spiraling upwards.
Okay, yeah.
if you wish.
He will go back out and go up one of the staircases.
So as you have the winding staircases on the north wall, they lead to a massive balcony. Magical runes engraved on the balcony railings provide a blanket of quiet for the studious. There are vast shelves of weighty tomes and rare magery and herbalism texts stacked 10 shelves high. Tables and plush seating are thoughtfully arranged, encouraging visitors to linger a while. There is essentially a large library.
Can always come back later.
I guess on the main floor, the hallway would have extended east and west, both directions, to like longer hallways. Nobody seemed to be down those hallways at all, and there was doors at the end. The west one probably led to the tower, based on your outside view.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm coming back after we fucking steal from this guy. You know, probably not the best idea.
I mean, if we don't get caught, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, hopefully not. So did it look like the other staircase connects to the same library, just on the different side?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Do you think the gyroscope would be in the fucking library for any reason?
I mean, I don't really know what they're used for, so...
Yeah, that would have been fucking nice for the Spire to tell us, but no.
I just figured it might be like a trinket or something, I don't...
Rowan will go ahead and walk through the library, just keeping an eye out for a gyroscope, perhaps on a
Yeah.
shelf or something.
You're just gonna look around too.
No.
Gotcha.
You actually find itself like walking through this sort of library. It's not entirely easy, and you do notice like 'cause there's no ladders leading up to go get the set books higher up. It's very nice and looks pleasing and organized and nice to the eyes, but kind of unrealistic in terms of grabbing things. And you would think for a moment maybe he's a gnome that could go get him, but he was a little bit more rotund. So.
Okay. Well, I guess let's go back downstairs and see if we can find anything that way, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll make his way back down the stairs and kind of out to the hallway again.
Alright, Fearne, back to you. Are you doing anything?
Nothing.
Oh god.
Do.
You probably finished your drink maybe at this point. It was just a light mead, but eventually sort of kind of leaning from the counter over towards you, probably leaning a little bit lower than he needs to, showing more cleavage than probably needed or necessary.
Yes.
But they kind of looks towards you. So can we get you anything else? You still satisfied right now?
Here, is in thought for a second. Goes, what? What is your house special?
Kind of glances back, kind of glances to the left as the other brother kind of comes up. Well, we don't really have a house special, I'd say. We're just a small little tavern. Yes, well, quite small. I wouldn't really say there's a house special. Was there something you had in mind?
Fearne's gonna look between them and be like, what's your favorites?
It's a bit of a complicated question, really. The only things I'm normally fond of, I don't actually get here and can't get here. I'd have to go to a different tavern. Yes, well, I'm generally not too picky, but I'm also generally not too much of a fan of alcohol, so on rare occasions.
That's fair. But how about a shot of whiskey?
We can do this. We can do some. It's my turn, isn't it? Yes, it is. I got his first drink. Yeah, I'm more than happy to get the second one. It turns and goes to go get a glass. The other thing. That one will be single silver. Or wait, you just said a shot? A shot?
A shot. Yeah.
Okay. So it'd be 3 copper.
Robert. Fearne's not having a good time.
Eventually she'll bring the whiskey out to you and collect the copper and just kind of give you a wink as she takes it and walks back away. Back for you guys, back in the actual place. What are you guys doing as you walk back down the stairs?
Okay, so then you said there's that hallway, and it goes east and west, and there's 2 doors on either side. I mean, okay. Let's go down the east side first.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on the east side.
Yeah.
Go to the doors. The doors are locked.
Well, had to pin this one for later.
Might as well try the west side while we're at it, since we're walking around.
Yeah.
Go down the west side.
West side is as well locked.
Of course.
All right, that's 2 pins.
As you guys turn, you do see what looks to be like a Goliath man. Standing, kind of like looking at you guys, sort of like raising brow. Can we help you? Are you kind of like looks you guys up and down a moment. You need of assistance. Doors are locked for a reason.
Oh,
Sorry, this is our first time here. The bartender said we could kind of look around, just don't go any locked doors. Didn't know if they were locked,
figuring out which ones are locked.
He kind of points the one by you and then points to the one on this side. We should be the only 2 that are locked right now. Observatory normally would be locked, but it's free to explore right now if you wish.
is the observatory the only thing that we can kind of buy time here?
I mean, there's a library upstairs, containers out here. You can go and view these, enjoy the view outside. And obviously more drinks, which seems that you two already have some.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Rowan will sip his drink because he forgot he had it, to be honest.
Yeah, yours is Rowan. Yours is it's a clear liquid with kind of a tart taste. But as you kind of take a drink of it and take a moment, just look at your lips, it feels revitalizing. You feel almost kind of younger. If you were kind of like, I mean, so if you were sort of almost like as if you were like in your prime. I mean, you sort of are technically, but Rowan doesn't treat himself. Rowan doesn't treat himself kind of like
He
this.
feels like a teenager who hasn't destroyed his body with Monster Energy drinks yet.
As if you drink the glass, for 1 hour you have a +1 to all your ability scores.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Dang. Damn.
Yeah, this is a very, very nice drink. So, this is our first time here, obviously, I said that.
Close.
Is this kind of like a secret place?
It's reserved for the select few.
A select few being, I mean, obviously
Yeah,
we're...
Obviously being whoever Fizzlenozzle tells about it, and well, people that they tell about it every now and again. Though Fizzlenozzle generally has a bit of a, I'm not exactly sure how. You could ask him a bit more of ways of managing who knows how to get here and what not. Obviously, though, as he kind of like gestures around, you do see there's a fair amount of people here. We allow a fair few.
I have a friend running errands, and I was trying to get them to meet us here. Would they have an issue coming in?
Do you not know that this was kind of like looks between you two? Oh, you're the one that Fizzlenozzle's meeting, right?
Yeah, sorry.
He did mention that he might have a third friend. They're not aware that this was. Were they not aware about this place? Did you not tell them where to meet?
We weren't really given details.
Portal, but that was all we. Like snipping through that door was jarring for sure. I don't know what I expected. Definitely not this.
Right. Who'd you talk with to get through the door?
Like
Millie Bonk.
Millie.
Featherbottom.
Barchtide.
Oh, yeah, Barchtide.
Right. What's your friend look like?
An elf. He's gonna kind of look at Marie because it's like
He had like black and white hair.
Black and white hair.
shaggy, like black hair.
Okay.
Wait, how tall? Fearne, how tall did you make yourself?
6 foot tall.
You motherfucker! God damn it! Okay. He's a little taller than I am.
Dwarfs Rowan, really.
Sure, nothing distinguishing about them.
No, not particularly.
He's kind of average looking.
Name or anything we can look for them. Mention them by.
Shit.
Eamon.
Even. Alright. I'll see if I can talk to them. They don't know how to. You said you didn't. Well, for future reference, generally have them come with you. But
Yeah,
Okay.
that was our bad. We didn't know we were walking.
Kind of
through,
like
a
this is
secret-
gonna be
secret
just like
portal.
a fancy
I understand.
tavern.
It can be a bit jarring if you're not told about it, and Bills tends to not tell people about it when he's telling. So, understood. I'll talk to them, let them know,
Thank you.
see if we can get them through. You might want to wait in the main hall or outside, wherever you want to wait. Just somewhere, probably a little bit more evident for them to find you.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, okay.
Well, if you all need any more help or guidance, obviously you can talk to any of the greeters. try not to cause any problems. I don't want to have to throw people out. But
Yeah, no
Yeah.
problems here. No throwing us out.
Thank
what's
you.
your names again?
Rowan.
Oh
Rowan.
shit! I'm trying to remember what Marie told him her name was. I didn't write it down because I'm a fool.
Oh no.
I think it was Felicia.
And your cat?
Felicia?
Well, the cat.
No, it's Felicity or something like that. Start with an F.
Make a deception check.
God damn it. It's Felicia now. Oh, 22.
Jesus Christ.
You do remember? Yeah, it was Felicity.
Fuck,
Felicity.
Felicity.
So you tell him that, and he's right. I'll tell Eamon to. Well, if I see them before you, I'll tell Eamon to find you if I recognize them. Baylock, Ramosia. Sort of security here, head of security. So don't cause any problems. And well, hopefully we don't see you all again. See each other again. Kind of smiles a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Hope
That'll
so.
be unfortunate.
Enjoy your stay. And in seriousness, I do hope I see you again. He kind of steps away.
Fucking Christ, Marie.
God, that's so nerve-wracking.
Marie, I don't think Fearne was gonna be able to get in the door without
Yeah,
us, you know.
yeah.
Was that bad? Was that a bad idea? I
I
don't do this often.
You know what? I've done this a lot, and I've never gone through a magical portal to a weird dimension where rich people drink.
I was kind of panicking a little bit.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't fuck Fearne.
Listen.
I hope.
Worst case scenario, I gotta come back in another time by myself and figure out how to get this thing.
I was gonna use Benjy's name, but then I realized probably not a good idea. You know, I don't know what the fuck his whole thing is. You know.
No.
Fuck.
I mean,
Eamon's normal, and Fearne would recognize that, I assume.
I feel like it, right?
I guess, do we want to just go watch the entertainment while waiting for Fizzlenozzle?
Yeah, that might be the best idea.
He will kind of walk over towards where they are battling. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, they're competing, not actually battling.
Well,
It
yeah.
is like a, they're trying to just get attention of more people. They're both their patrons. But yeah, you guys go over there.
Yeah, and we'll wait.
And
Waiting
Marie's
for
gonna
Fizzlenozzle.
finally try her drink.
Your drink, yes.
The gut punch.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, hell yeah.
Shit.
My favorite. Oh shit, that's the wrong thing.
It's a Constitution check, but it's the same thing. as your
Oh, it's the
Constitution
same
save.
thing. We'll just go with the 20.
Either way, it's a high roll. Yeah, you're fine, but it packs a kick. It is very, very heavy drink. Maybe not as much as like maybe the ones you had from Balashes, from the tower, but it's a heavy drink.
You know, I think this might actually be worth the gold.
And the other smaller towns, the Garden Portal Tavern, eventually kind of coming over to your table, the female tiefling kind of comes over and leans against your table and kind of, probably once again leaning over more probably than she needs to, but you wouldn't happen to be Eamon, would you?
Fearne's gonna look over there, still she was concentrating, thinking of the plan. Just turns and looks down, looks back up, blushes a little. And it's just like, man, yes, yeah. Oh, I am sorry.
She's just still smiling. Right. Well, it seems your friends didn't properly tell you about, how to meet them, or didn't wait for you.
Yeah, I was a little busy. I guess I thought I got here before them.
Oh no, you're actually after them.
Oh.
But it's okay. I'm more than willing to help you out. Is there anything I could, we could have prepared for you while we wait for Millie?
He's gonna look at the empty whiskey glass and be like, maybe I'll wait a little.
Are you sure?
You know, surprise me.
Surprise you? That could be, well, that could be fun. Is there anything I should stray away from?
Don't like spicy.
Kind of rolls her eyes up to like as if thinking like, all right. I think I have something in mind. I think you'll love it. And I promise I will have it waiting for you.
Well, thank you.
Kind of stands back up and sort of turns, and as she does turn, you kind of now like notice that there is a kind of down from the sort of dress. There's a or skirt dress. There is a tail that's kind of like swishing back and forth just out of her, from underneath, like near her feet.
Oh.
She walks back behind the counter, and as she's at the far end of the counter, kind of turning back around to go behind it. The brothers kind of nuts over. Not sure that was really a good idea, but she seems to like you enough, so
That was a bad idea.
perhaps it was a good idea.
I have made
Depends.
many bad decisions in my life. What's one more?
It's okay. She seems to like people with those that make bad decisions. And a little bit of spontaneity. He kind of like turns and like quiet stalking as she approaches and leans on some. It's true. I do. Some people call it daddy issues. I just call it being. No. I like surprises.
Oh, I'm a surprise.
He kind of like glances to her and then glances back to you. Seems like he's getting better at flirting in return. I think he is. I'm not sure actually that was him intentionally flirting though. Probably not. We'll see. Eventually though, the Millie does come from around the back, and they both kind of glance to her as she kind of comes around up front. You're Eamon, right?
Correct?
All right, come on, let's go. Your friends are waiting for you.
Oh.
Sure, they don't have to wait anymore. And she begins to walk towards the other corner that you notice there's a door there now.
Fearne's gonna look at it like, what the fuck?
Opens the door up and gestures through it, and you just see black.
Fearne just gets slightly big eyes and looks down at her like, are you...
Well, you going or?
Fearne's gonna reluctantly step through. Like this is a fucking trap.
You go step through, you kind of say the same thing, you feel that tingly sensation. You step through the portal, and you arrive in the same scene that the others found themselves in the sort of open field. Millie kind of like looks to you, straight through the doors, and I'm not really sure where they went. I had left them a little while ago, but I do have to return. Lock doors, obviously. Don't mess with things. Don't make trouble, and don't try not to fall off.
I will keep that in mind.
There's no safety precautions other than the fence. She kind of turns and goes back through the portal.
Fearne just stands there for a good 30 seconds, like, what the fuck is... and just walks forward, like, oh my god, this is not how I thought it would go.
Yep. So you walk forward through the courtyard garden area towards I'm assuming towards the building?
Yep.
Okay. Go through the building, you see the foyer with the copper statues of seem to be many wizards with various weapons above them. And the one that you do recognize, because you're there, so you do recognize that picture as well. As you kind of step in, you see behind the counter, not the elf that helped you, but you see a very curvaceous woman with hair that seems to resemble a very murky brown stout color. She kind of approaches towards you, and sort of hands you a small sort of wooden tankard kind of cup, and kind of hands it to you. Quite an interesting drink. I'm assuming you didn't pick it. Based on who gave me the order. She kind of smiles a little bit and turns, and as she walk away, you can just notice all the uniforms. You obviously notice like all the people that are in the uniforms seem the same as I described to them. Her uniform is a little bit tighter fitting. As she kind of walks away, her hips just kind of sway side to side as she goes back behind the counter, and you have the drink in your hand. You kind of look at it and then kind of look up, and you do see kind of notice that where you're at is kind of this room is sort of slightly rotating a little bit.
Oh god.
And it's moving, not enough to like actually even notice or make it hard to walk, but just you kind of notice that the the paintings are, the easiest way to tell is like the paintings are kind of changing, like you're moving along them. But you see over at one of the tables, kind of in between a little bit away and kind of in between both the entertainers to the south and east, you see Marie and Rowan. And Rowan and Marie, you guys, if kind of every now and again looking up, you do see Eamon over there.
I think we found a boy, or maybe he found us.
You guys see him notice and looking towards you, and I assume walking towards you.
Yeah.
He will take them both over to kind of meet halfway. So this place is a lot more than I anticipated.
Oh yeah. I don't know about this.
I think I actually have a plan. He's gonna look around. Are there people like nearby, like in the vicinity, like if he lowered his voice, that seems they'd be able to hear him?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Whether they're paying attention or not is a different issue. Many of them seem to be talking amongst themselves or listening to or watching the entertainers. Whatnot.
Okay.
It's a nice, kind of crowded tavern.
Well, okay, so he's gonna decide that it seems like no one is paying attention, at least in his mind, so he's fine. So he's gonna kind of lean in, and bring Marie up too, so that way hopefully she can hear as well. So I think I have an idea based on, that bust that we saw. Velosh. I wonder if we could get him to show us all of his knickknacks by saying that we studied Velosh really well.
I still have Velash's notes.
Perfect.
We could also probably make it seem like he was my wizard, maybe?
We don't know when he disappeared.
Listen, you guys can say... Well, you guys did meet me on the Whispering Cove.
You're right. Oh my god, this is perfect. No, really, this is gonna fucking slam us in the face. But right now, this seems like a great idea. I feel very pumped with that drink I drank. This is gonna be great.
Speaking of drinks, Fearne's gonna hold up the drink that they got and just be like, I have no idea what this tastes like yet.
Only one way to find out.
Do you want to taste it? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, their drinks kind of kick ass.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I'm probably gonna taste it, but the pretty people up front at the bar said that I might have made a mistake in letting the woman pick for me. But you know what?
Do you want me to sip it first?
Can I handle your alcohol level?
I want to try it. Marie's like holding out her little paw and wiggling her toes. I want to try it.
Oh my god.
How bad can it be?
Fearne's gonna sip it. Half the mouth sip.
Okay.
Not a gulp.
It's a violet colored drink. And it is it's fairly, I wouldn't say strong, might not be the right word. Well, I mean it's strong, but not in the traditional sense. It kind of has it kind of sort of like slightly numbs your tongue and lips a little bit. Not a ton. Kind of like a little bit of a tingling sensation. It's not bad. There's a little bit of like a sort of like strange sort of sweetness to it. It's definitely a very unique flavor, but it's very much like this. It's sort of those things you can't really fully know what it is like with just a sip.
Fearne's gonna do one of those tingly. What's yours? No, you know what?
To it?
I am not mixing. I
mean,
I cannot believe the one time you got drunk was with Marie on the fucking
Yeah,
island.
that was a mistake.
Jesus
we gotta
Christ.
fix that. You need to get drunk another time.
Not here, please.
No, of course not. On the job, of course not.
Oh my god, I realize I also have some of Velosh's stuff. Some of his alchemy notes.
Oh.
His greater healing potion.
Ooh.
I still have that.
I
do got that love potion we stole from him too, in the room.
Maybe we should not show everything that we took.
No. But we can definitely show the notes and stuff.
The
'cause
notes,
that's like
for sure. I already read them all, so...
Which notes are we talking about that you read?
The shattered... No, Let me get my notebook.
I know it's like where from, but like what were they about?
Let me get my
Wasn't it
notes.
the notes about him doing his research and like the last thing he wrote was like, I'm gonna go do this, and then he just like never wrote again?
Just disappeared.
Like the transfer of consciousness.
Okay, so that was like
something?
more like a journal, not necessarily notes. That was that one.
Yeah, that one. I have them right here. They were really far away from me.
Don't worry too much about it. It's minor. We can continue on with this. We'll figure out later.
Okay.
I mean, we're BSing this whole thing anyway. It's fine.
Yeah. So what do you guys continue what you were talking about and doing?
So I guess that sounds like a plan. Because that, if we say we're studying Velosh, maybe we can get in his good graces, you know. See if he can, if he has any cool little knickknacks to show us.
I mean, at least we got evidence for it, so yeah.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Sounds like a plan. We can kind of go from there. Worst case scenario, I can say I'm a wannabe wizard. Jesus Christ.
You got at least do a little magic, so the best lie is one you can back up.
Yeah, anyway. That's like worst case scenario. We've had a lot of worst case scenarios, I've realized, and we are in the worst case scenario every time. So it's fine. I guess we can just join or enjoy the fucking entertainment while we wait, because we did get here a little early. I didn't expect to fucking travel through a portal to get here.
No?
That was a surprise.
How did you feel going through it?
I was actually a little afraid to go through. I thought it was a trick.
Really?
It was a black doorway.
I mean, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Thank you for recognizing Eamon, because I kind of panicked.
Yeah, no, at first I did not realize, but it worked okay because, I might have just flirted with somebody.
Oh god, was it the tiefling?
Good job!
Yeah, without realizing I did.
Are you gonna get anywhere with it, though?
Fearne's gonna take a drink.
Take a drink. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Roll me a Constitution check.
Oh god.
A check, not a saving throw.
Did it go through?
18.
All right. Roll me 2d6.
A 1 and a 4.
Yep. Okay.
Did she invite you to, like, go into the back workroom or something, though?
What?
What?
Let's hope Fizzlenozzle gets here soon.
No, I want to hear about Fearne's, conquest.
Let's not.
Didn't go that good, huh? There's always next time.
Really? Really? What? Yeah, moving on.
I want to get another drink, but I know I need to be fucking not.
Marie is going. She is eating up all this awkward energy.
Oh.
You're there. You stay there for a while. As again, you arrived like basically almost 2 hours kind of before he was expecting you.
Oops.
Because he said like kind of lunch. You guys, it was still early morning when you guys left.
Mm-hmm.
You guys watch the performers, both sort of competing. Both are not just a single performer. Both are sort of like one is a pair and the other one is sort of like a small group of four. All kind of doing actually doing like small little magic tricks. Maybe not like maybe well trained or well practiced, but like just small little like pyrotechnics and other things to sort of liven up their performance, make it seem a bit more daring or enthralling. Prestidigitation in some instances too, as a prank to drown out one of the other performers, or to expunge more on their own and the noises coming from theirs. Things of that nature. And the other people are very much like clapping and cheering, kind of like smiling and laughing, enjoying it very much. Various points where there's at least right now it's going to be a little bit kind of comedic in nature. And it does seem like they're competing, but they are both like good, and they seem to be at least good enough sports where they're kind of playing along with all of this, like each other's like pranks and other things that they're doing. And it goes on. Eventually, performers at some point like start switching, and some other ones come on where it's just people playing music and songs. But after about an hour or two, you guys would be approached. You would notice a couple people like kind of looking around, kind of like kind of pointing like there he is, there is that. And you guys kind of look to where they're pointing, and you see Bill's kind of coming towards you guys. Sort of larger, a little bit more rotund gnome, kind of slightly waddling, kind of like towards you guys, just kind of back and forth, not really waddling, but just kind of like a sort of back and forth through, or side to side saunter as he kind of moves towards you guys. Kind of looks at you. Well, glad you all show up. Trouble remembering my voice. Apologize.
We were a little early. We were a little, excited.
That's what I imagined. I'm glad you all find the place okay. Well, except for some of you. He kind of chuckles a little bit and kind of looks to Eamon, quote unquote. What do you think of it?
I didn't expect to walk through a portal and end up on a magic island.
It was a bit surprising.
Not many people did. Not many people do.
That was a throw off.
I was rather fascinated. I found it.
I must say, I really enjoyed the surprise.
Like holds his hand out a little bit, sort of, and kind of like one hand to his chest. Like, well, I appreciate that. I've done a lot to make it accommodating.
So you said you found it?
Well, of course I didn't. This sort of magic, keep an island afloat, and this sort of establishment of fabulous does not really exist anymore. But I can expunge more on that later.
I want to hear about it all.
For now, I think we can find a place somewhere a bit quieter, if you would like.
Please?
Although I'm more than happy to talk out here, just we may have to deal with interruptions every now and again.
It's a little loud out here. It's nice, but it's loud.
A little bit. Kind of like looks around. I have a private quarters, obviously. Follow me. He kind of begins kind of walking away, expecting you guys to kind of follow. Oh, if you do need any more drinks, I would pick them up now.
I'm assuming the drinks are probably empty by this time, or at least like Marie and mine.
Yeah.
I think Fearne's probably is, Fearne's probably is.
Sure, he'll get another drink.
Yeah, Fearne will get another one.
Same one?
No.
No? Well, as you guys kind of nod and acknowledge that, Bill's kind of looks at, oh, these ones are on the house. On me.
Oh.
You guys, Fearne, or not Fearne, Marie and Rowan, you guys see the one that the barmaid that Fearne saw when she came in here, the much more curvaceous one. And she kind of looks towards him and is like, are you sure? I'm positive, Caitlin. They're my guests. Caitlin, sorry. She gonna, alright. Same thing for both of you.
I don't know. I want to try something different.
Can I have another surprise?
Another surprise is in the same drink.
A new surprise.
Kind of like looks at you a little skeptically.
Or
I'll be nice. I'll get you something. I'll be nice. I'll get you something safe.
Please. I don't know what the way they do things to us.
But don't try to mix that.
And he's gonna look at the cup. Did I make? How about just a beer?
Wouldn't mix that. I'll get you something safe.
Oh God. Okay.
Maybe not like a light ale. My friend here's a lightweight. If you know what I mean.
She kind of like her eyes are lowered a little bit, and she looks unamused as Bill's just kind of turn a little bit away from you guys, kind of turn and like inspecting his hands, not really paying attention. Kind of like, I've been doing this for a lot longer than you've probably been alive. I'm getting something safe. Don't worry about it.
I trust you.
You trust me?
I trust you.
She's not looking at you. She's looking at Rowan.
Yeah.
Because as you say that, Fearne, she kind of just holds up like just her pinky finger, just shush you.
Ooh, just the pinky, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a fucking bartender.
Right, good. So trust me, I've been doing it for a while. Bill's fired me. It's what I do. I'll get you something safe. Same thing for both of you.
I kind of want to try what he had.
Can't say it's going to be quite as refreshing for you after that, but nevertheless, there you are. Slides it towards her. And slides another one towards you, Rowan. And then looks to you, Fearne, kind of takes your tankard, moves it to the side underneath, grabs another tankard and kind of gets you a drink, sets it over in front of you. And there's that one. She kind of returns back to kind of a smiley, like turning more cheery-eyed. Well, enjoy those drinks.
Thank you.
Enjoy your time here, and well, if you need anything more, obviously Bills will let us know while you're away, but when you're back out, let me know.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, you will pick up the tankard.
I'm so curious. This cost you an entire platinum, Rowan.
But it was definitely fucking worth it.
You kind of get over to Bills as you're saying this. Actually, more than a platinum. 15 gold, generally.
You gotta chill.
Wait, 15?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's rare ingredients.
I can't wait to taste this.
Yeah, like saunters side to side as he begins leading you. Over into my tower, kind of like those quotations. My wing, west wing. Over that way. Kind of turns and goes left to the west door as you guys kind of pass. See the Goliath. As you do so, he just kind of nods. Belak? Bills. He kind of walks past. You see a couple other customers, patrons here that are kind of notice him and give him like kind of standing, just talking to each other, and kind of notice Bills and kind of give a small wave. He just sort of like nods and kind of gives a slight wave back to them. Kind of turns you all. I really don't like those two.
You don't say.
You definitely seem to know quite a bit of people.
Oh, I know quite a few. I like to traverse and talk with people at my establishment. What kind of tavern keep would I be? Plus, many of them are very interesting. Been studied a lot of things, or come from very interesting backgrounds. A lot of nobles. And political figures. I try to make sure not a ton of political figures, then it'd be rather dull.
Get a little tense, wouldn't it?
Oh, not really tense, just boring. They talk about politics all the time. Keep it fewer, they don't talk about politics quite as much. They don't like it either. But they almost like an obligation or a habit that they just fall back into. She kind of leads you guys to the west wing, eastern wing, which does kind of lead up a set of stairs and then leads to a sizable like room with multiple doors, kind of leading out. One that you kind of go into has a plain oak door with about 3 hands thick. Each door has each door around here has a large number carved on its face, denoting the number of people that it can accommodate. Rooms 11, 13, and 17 are currently to be checked out, as you notice that they're, well, as Bills will explain to you, that when you rent a room here, we like to make it sometimes a bit more private, so you can pay an extra gold for night. We will, the key, kind of like pulls out a small little key, will give you that sense of privacy. He kind of gestures to 2 rooms 11, 13, and 17, as there are no door handles or anything to kind of grasp or open the door from the side.
Oh.
So you can actually stay here.
Of course.
That's cool.
He kind of leads you towards one and kind of opens it up. Inside there's a small table to hold refreshments, a high, sturdy oak furnishings, high-backed armchairs, and a long rectangular table. Along the back walls are overstuffed sofas and just places to kind of lay down and relax a little bit more. And he's kind of, Bill's kind of like closing his eyes as he's gesturing and kind of then peeks for a moment. He's like, "Oh, hold on!" Closes the door, pulls out of his a small little like pouch he has kind of around his waist. No, sorry, room 5. Sorry, this way. He kind of moves over to room 5. He takes a small little key, opens it up, and kind of leads it to a much more finer furnishings and what looks to be like the bookcases and various things, and similar to like set up like with the armchairs and sofas out in the other room, but they seem to be a bit more ornately decorated. Look themselves comfier. sit at, as well as there is already in here a personal attendant kind of just waiting, waiting, kind of smiling and giving you guys all a nod and bow as you enter in. Bookcases kind of line this area around, as well. There's a small fireplace in the far right end as you enter. The wooden floor is decorated with rugs, but in between the much darker, sort of polished wood. The rugs themselves are actually fairly thick and comfortable. Very almost kind of not spongy to walk on, but cushiony. That's the word to walk on. This kind of leads you all in. You do see there's in the far left, kind of near the back, there is a small kind of desk, kind of pushed against the wall, that looks has mobile papers kind of strewn around about it. It just kind of leads you guys in, kind of closes the door behind you, and pulls out the keys. I'm not really generally a fan of the added privacy, but if you want, I can lock it for you that way.
I mean, I think we're not worried about that, really.
Perfect. He kind of like tilts the key slightly and just kind of lets it slide down his sleeve, because there's no bathrooms in here, and having to open the door each time somebody knocks. Kind of wanders and kind of goes to the end of the table, and kind of pops himself up on one of the armchairs, wiggles a little bit, and sits. Huddle, please make yourself comfortable. Anything more we can get you? Just.
Marie's gonna hop off of Rowan's shoulder onto the. Is it a long table you said?
Yeah, it's a long table.
Okay, now she's gonna sit on the long table.
If you're able to find a seat and sit down, get comfy, hold the tankard.
Rowan will follow.
Yeah. If there's anything more you need or desire, or refills, anything, just let Bela here know.
Thank you.
Right.
And you just kind of look. You see a dragonborn woman, very much just in the same attire and uniform, who's just kind of standing there and just kind of standing there against the walls, nods slightly to you guys, and smiles. Oh, Bela, please, you can relax, sit down. You don't need to stand up. Kind of looks over. I'll take that into consideration. I am quite fine in standing though right now. I don't believe you, but the offer is open. If you feel like you need to sit or want to sit, feel free. Thank you. Of course. He kind of like wiggles in his seat again and turns faces towards you guys. Well, I guess we can start with, how has your day been?
Well, it's been really good.
Did you find everything you needed yesterday?
Yeah, that...
Oh, that reminds me. I'm sorry, I did not mean to cut you off, but Bela, you know where I keep some of my other personal belongings? Yes, I do. Can you go grab my chest set? Which one would you like me to grab? Oh, just the simple one. Very well. Kind of walks out, leaves the room, and kind of turns back to you. Sorry, I meant to have that prepared.
Are we gonna play?
I was told you all were waiting for me. I did not want to have you wait any longer.
That's kind of you.
I did buy that book. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, obviously.
Well, reading is always different in practice.
Yeah.
I've always found learning by experience is much more efficient.
Thank you. I agree.
Reading is good in its own right. And I apologize. I did not meet your other friend here. I believe I heard his name. Was told his name. Your name is Iman. But well, I'll allow you to introduce yourself.
He's just gonna lift a hand, like, hello? Eamon?
He's not really good at talking.
Oh, it's fine. I understand. A lot of many people here. Actually, there's a couple of other wizards that come here that, well, you didn't hear from me, but actually mute through various arcane mishaps.
Interesting.
So this is like kind of like a wizard hub?
Oh, no, by no means. Many wizards travel here, as I know quite a few, and well, I've made a couple of friends, but I've also made a fair amount of enemies with wizards, if you would like to call them that. But no, my friends, which happen to be, wizards sometimes, amongst other things, I, of course, give them access to come here. And amongst other, politicians and whatnot, and some politicians actually are wizards. That's, what they're meant to part of the job in wherever they're at. Actually, I do believe the ascendancy. He kind of like pulls out, like reaches into his pouch, kind of looks through it again. Oh, wait. Which day is it actually? Well, I don't know if it's the Ascendancy's day or the Empire's day. I don't allow them both in the same time for obvious political reasons, and I try to avoid conflict here. But it's either Karim Elakath, which is the Ascendancy's foremost wizard and sort of head of magical research and things of that nature there. Either that or Archmage's Xenar Wiles. Tucks the little paper back into his pouch. One of the two is here currently. I mean, they never generally miss their chance to stop by. They can mark it down as work, and, well, let's be honest, I don't think they're really working.
I mean, I wouldn't be here. So you can get here from, like, every country?
Well, I have a couple, multiple taverns and whatnot set up that have the portals that connect here.
Oh.
I know I have a couple of friends that, well, they don't have the ability to teleport, and we're not always in where I initially set up the tavern, so I thought it's best and prudent to maybe set up a couple of taverns in their various locations. Not every country, no.
Got one in Adela?
Yes, I do, actually.
Oh.
Interesting one.
Got a friend from there.
Oh, do you? Kind of like squints at you. Not squints, but like kind of says, "Who's your friend? Is that where you were? Well, is that where you all found each other?" Or?
Oh, you saw that green fella, right? When we were at the bookstore.
Yes, the half-orc.
He said he was from Adela.
Oh, you met him in Bardside, and I see.
Yeah.
I understand.
I thought it'd be cool to go there sometime.
Misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were saying that you had been to Adela.
No.
Madam.
He just made it sound like a real cool place.
About the last century, Adela's been, well, more prosperous of a nation and more peaceful, rather. Don't know how long it will last. There's always conflict. People are wanting to... It's a bit more of a pessimistic attitude, but people are always wanting more, and generally leads to conflict, so I do hope that would last for a while longer, at least.
To be honest, he didn't really talk about the politics. He's just really cute. That's all I was really thinking about.
Jesus Christ.
You know I'm not lying, Rowan.
Interesting. So, do you find yourself attracted to half-orcs, or...?
I mean, you know, I don't really care about the race. Boys are just real cute.
Interesting.
Yeah, fucking interesting.
Do you know if you had this sort of same thought process when you were... Well, your mind was not quite as awoken?
I don't really remember, but I don't feel like it would have been any different.
Interesting. I apologize. Give me one moment. You see him pull out like a small notebook and kind of set it down, and small little like, essentially what is a pen, and they kind of like writing things down. So, is that a recent development? You don't think?
I mean, as far as I can remember, I've really appreciated a cute boy.
Despite the fact that they are obviously anatomically do not work. This is with you.
Listen, you don't have to want to bang someone to think they're cute. It's
And generally, in a person that is
appreciating them.
natural tendency is why most people look at others and find them attractive.
I mean, sometimes you just want to be surrounded by cute boys who can lift you up with their big arms.
Yeah, well, cute is a subjective thing.
Rowan buries his face in his hands while listening to this conversation.
Fearne just kind of does like that slight lip pucker of, and then nodding the head in agreement.
I mean, cute generally is a subjective thing.
If you
Pretty much
are,
true.
if you're taking her word as like cement for like awoken cats don't, she's fucking weird.
Well, of course not. This is just one sample
Really
of
hurts.
many that I hope to have at some point.
Perfect. But I would don't.
But it is definitely worth noting that there are outliers of such, if in case it is an outlier.
I wouldn't want you to ruin your research, especially on her.
Of course not.
That really
yeah.
hurts me, Rowan.
You are weird. right? You're a weird coincidence for an awoken cat, don't you think?
I don't know. Have you met any other awoken cats, Rowan?
No, I haven't.
Maybe you're weird for whatever you are, half-elf?
He kind of glances up a little bit. What about him would be weird for half?
Oh, wait till you really get to know him.
What do you find weird? Looking at you back at you, Marie.
I mean, not a lot really, but he gets all funny whenever you insult him.
And you find that weird?
No, it's called a joke.
Everyone is just gonna be sipping his drink, ignoring Marie.
Your hair seems to be growing back very spotty. By the way,
Yeah.
looks like they're... Man. To be honest, kind of looks gross.
No.
I bought something for it. I guess we'll have to see if it works.
Yeah, I'm not sure somebody can fix that.
Well, if you got a solution, I'd be glad to hear it.
Not really a solution, no. I am curious of what you did to have your hair grow off.
Ooh.
Weird slime. Kind of just burned it all off, or I don't know what you call it, sloughed it off. It fell out. Wasn't really fun.
I imagine not. Though it might have been a better look for you. And it goes right in the note.
She looks a little bit annoyed now.
As you see as he's writing a note, and lands up. Yeah, it looks annoyed when insulted. But thinks it's weird when somebody gets flustered when insulted. I glances back up again. So, yes, we're on the subject. Just naturally move to it, which I enjoy. But can you tell me about being awakened?
Like, what about it?
Well, I guess we can start off with who awokened you, if you remember all, anything, I suppose.
Don't really remember who. Kind of just been in a tower for a long ass time.
A tower?
Yeah.
This tower happened to be somewhere specifically?
I mean,
You happen to recall, or is this where, kind of like looks to you, Ron, just where you happen to find her?
Actually,
Yeah.
that's where we found her. We're kind of outside of it, but you know, that area.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know which tower this was? Is it a mage's tower? Is it a tower within a city somewhere? Somewhere I could, at some future date, go and investigate and maybe talk to whoever might be a resident of it, if there's a resident.
I don't think he's there right now.
We're actually run into him.
You don't happen to know Velosh, would you?
Kind of like raises a brow a little bit, looks at you. I of course know him. I have there's a bust of him out in my main hall. Well, before to the main hall. Quite proud of that one, actually. I think it really captures his likeness.
Yeah,
It's nice.
That's where we were. Was his tower?
Kind of like looks at you for a moment, like still like eyes kind of wide, and sort of. You just hear like the pen drop.
Fuck.
Is that weird?
Is that straight?
Okay.
One moment. He kind of like immediately stands up and kind of like, as at the same time the Bela is coming back into the chessboard and just sort of kind of walking over. I have the chessboard and kind of walks me past. Almost like stumbles over and just holds up the chess. Kind of looks to you all and I'll place this here. And, he looks like he might be in a bit of one of his not flustered but enthusiastic moods. I'm going to leave.
Is that
I'll be outside the door.
a good thing?
She kind of goes and leaves outside the door and closes it.
Fuck.
You see him kind of like scrounging through papers before he grabs another notebook and kind of walks back over and sets it. It's a bit bigger of a notebook, kind of like right down on the table and sort of like flips open the pages and grabs the pen off the ground again and like checks it, double checks it's right now. But we'll get back to the awakening part right now. Quite more interested in what you just told me. Where was this at?
Do you know the Whispering Cove? Like the island?
I can't say I really do. No, where is that located? Is that an island? An island located where? Off of the coast of what?
That's right. I forget you have so many doors. Bargetide?
I've been many places and people can travel. Bargetide? What? In the South Archipelago then?
Yeah.
Alright, scribbles on it. Which island is it?
It's...
Location, in general direction? I'm sure I can find out specifics later, but I had knowing more immediately.
South, is that southeast? Southeast?
Yeah. Quickly writes it down. Right? And, is it within is there a township there? Or is that, where exactly did you find it there?
Yeah, it's south of like the main town. To the jungle. It's a little dangerous.
Very. A little. Very.
It's kind of near some water.
Yeah.
Like a lake.
We ran into a great fear there, ancient fear. So you know.
Good, interesting. Just tell me the tower. What
Just doesn't give a shit about
what
that.
was it like?
Absolutely dreadful.
Lots of golems, lots of floors.
Golems, things wanting to kill us.
He looks confusedly at you for a moment, Marie, and then to the others, and then. But he's like still kind of like looking expectantly, like there's supposed to be more, like he's wanting more information.
I mean, there's a fun dimension in there where you can like make anything happen, but you know.
Right. Which is there? Kind of like rolling his hand as though like waiting for you to expunge more on that.
Like you're thinking it appears, it like comes into creation. Or sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it really disappoints you. It's kind of a gamble.
I don't. Any information? How? Right? It's being created, or something? More. Is it called something? Do you have a name for the room, or is there something else?
I don't really know what anything was called.
Limbo, I think.
Limbo. Yeah, that
that's
sounds.
He had a door there with a portal to another plane of existence. Then to limbo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the doors on the tower were to a different dimension because there was also a thing that we
They all went to different planes of existence.
we could
Different
shatter
things.
them. We shattered them.
Shattered
Yeah, we
them?
shattered all
You
the doors.
shattered- He kind of like looks stunned for a moment. You destroyed it all?
No, in
They
the
go back together.
Yeah.
Kind of like looking between you guys, a little befuddled.
It was a very confusing building.
But each door led to a different plane of existence.
I think so. Also, time did not work in the tower the same way as it did outside. There was actually like this thing we could change it.
You don't need to change the time.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
like you-
What do you mean it did not work the same?
You could either speed up
I'm
time in the
confused.
tower to where the time in the tower is faster than what's going on outside. You can make it the same or even slow it down to where time is slower in the tower than the outside world. There was like a
Really?
big clock.
Mm-hmm.
He had to find a way to make the time distortion effect within the tower. Did this affect every room or just
I think the whole tower. Yeah.
I think the whole tower.
interesting? But so it affected multiple planes of existence.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hard question.
Interesting. He's like frantically writing in his book. Into sort of time so he could. But did you happen to meet anybody there?
Creatures?
Anything other than the golems and the creatures?
A dog that flew.
A dog that flew.
The purple dog.
Purple dog that flew.
And a blue one?
Did it talk? Did it happen to talk? Could you make conversation with it? Was it
No,
intelligent?
but it did let us write it.
It
Them.
was intelligent.
But did
enough.
you meet anybody that was good in conversing? Did you happen to meet by chance Velosh himself?
No.
No.
Velosh was gone when we got
I
there.
haven't seen him the entire time I've been there.
Maybe he perhaps was not able to outlive the inevitable. Do you, by chance, have But you didn't by chance take anything from there, did you? That you could maybe share, gift, perhaps, or I could look at?
Will we get
Oh,
a gift?
oh, okay.
Turn of speech, of course, is something I don't expect you to hand it over. By any means, even simple writing from him was worth the, well, assuming you can prove, but you all don't seem to be lying at all.
Rowan will pull out the old map he took, the one that's clearly from a different age that was in the room.
I'm gonna pause this for a moment, like as you're pulling out, and you mentioned the like lying thing. Wait a minute. I apologize. I don't mean to insinuate you were lying, but you don't mind if I cast a sort of truth in here, do you? Then as you're kind of pulling the map out, he kind of like gets a little distracted and kind of looks at it. What is that?
This is a map from his office.
And sets his pen aside, kind of holding his hands out, slightly kind of hesitating backwards a little. Do you mind if I, see?
Sure.
He kind of like quickly like leans over to like try to have you hand it to him.
Mm-hmm. He'll hand it over.
He hands it kind of quickly, opens it and kind of lays it out. It's a large map, so it kind of lays out in front. This is, well, maybe I don't need a cast stone of truth. Where else would you get this? This is such detail to the coastlines and down to the shores. Even locations of, none of these cities exist anymore. Most of them don't exist anymore, at least. Some of them remodeled, obviously. Names kept the same. References, lakes, even, and trees. It's all, from everything I've read, fully accurate. And like looking over it and looking at the paper, you see him kind of like inspect it very closely. And paper and writings, and very old and aged. There's paper and you gotta see him like sniff it a little bit.
What a man.
Very much. Smell is not like normal paper nowadays. It does have a bit more arcane residue on it.
You know, I
Definitely from a long time ago. Sorry. He looks up to you.
We're kind of interested in things like this a lot. You know, like oddities. Would you happen to also be interested in oddities?
And I glance up. Well, I apologize. I thought it was rather obvious with my enthusiasm. Yes, quite.
Well,
specifically the things that I can, like this, or things I can learn from. I don't think I've ever seen a map this detailed of pre-calamity. In the Age of Arcanum map of the world.
Could we?
It's quite something interesting.
Could we perhaps look at what you've collected? Maybe I'll think about parting with that map. You know, for a good collector.
Do you mean trade by chance?
Yeah. I also have some of his books as well. If you're interested.
Pauses for a moment because it almost seems to for a moment kind of sober him a little bit before you bring up the books again. He's like, yes, I think we can. Yes. Of course, those are up for the trade as well.
Of course. I mean, of course. We just like looking at them as well. Like, we would love to see what you've collected. We have obviously some other things from the tower.
He's kind of very interested in this wizardy stuff.
Yeah.
Right. There are, of course, certain things I'm not willing to part with, but I always could maybe be persuaded based on what you might have.
Of course, from oddity enjoyers to another, it'd be so cool to see your collection, and we can show you what we brought from the tower.
I prefer them purveyors, but yes. Of course. Kind of folds up the map. You don't mind if I?
You can hold on to that for now. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to, at the very, if we don't, you don't end up parting with it, to maybe commit to memory parts of this. And tucks it into his notebook and kind of folds his notebook and pops off his chair and kind of looks at the chest. We can of course play chess later, but well, I'll do other things. He kind of turns and begins kind of, moves to the door and kind of opens up the door and kind of looks up towards the dragonborn and Bailey kind of looks at it. You seem collected? Everything all right now? Yes, quite all right. Quite fabulous, actually. Kind of like glances and nods as he kind of walks up and looks to you all and just sort of smiles a little bit. It's very rare that he gets in such an enthusiastic mood.
It's great.
Glad we could entertain him.
Kind of like just gives you a smile nod. As he begins kind of meandering back, he kind of goes down the stairs and goes out the doors again. And as he kind of meanders down the hallways, a lot of my private collection, I keep on display upstairs in the library and just the various things around. But some of the magical weapons and arcane instruments above the bust, some of them actually are things that I've collected. So if any of those might strike your fancy, they all are by themselves magical. But those potentially, of course, I do have more in my more officially private collection. To the other doors here, he kind of like makes his way towards the doors, kind of moving faster and kind of in more rush speed than he was.
Does he waddle?
Being shorter and a little stockier, and no, it's actually a little bit less of a waddle now as he's trying to like move faster.
I see.
It's like not even really. Again, it was not really a waddle. It was just kind of like a saunter side to side, really. But like moving faster as he kind of gets to the other doors and kind of opens them up and kind of looks around. Baylock! Baylock! You see the Goliath kind of like look around and kind of glance and come over. Rowan, make a perception check because you're past perception.
24.
Okay. You notice as he gets over, Baylock's face seems to be a bit more elongated, and the Goliath markings are not quite the same as what he had before. Sort of like in different spots. They're not moving, but they're just kind of from memory, they're different than what they were. But as Baylock kind of gets over, he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be in my private study for a while. I wish not to be bothered currently. So if anybody inquires, just let them know it should be at the most 2.5 hours or so." He kind of looks at you all. Not that this is going to take 2.5 hours. I just want to give myself room for maybe after you leave, to look over the things. Obviously, for obvious reasons.
Understandable.
He kind of turns and Baylock's like, "Right, sure." And kind of like nods to him and then to you and quickly goes through the door. Doesn't open it fully, but enough for you guys to go through. And as you kind of like look, Baylock kind of looks at you. He likes to play with his toys like a child.
Don't we all?
This might be a little rude of a question. I don't really know Goliaths. He'll kind of motion towards his face, his own face. Do your like markings change?
Kind of like raises his brow. No.
I've been drinking. Don't worry about it.
That's right. Used to comments, ruder comments. Don't worry about it.
He's gonna take a large swig of the tankard in his hand and go through the door, not saying anything.
Okay. Just go through the door and kind of enter a magnificent room. There's a large sort of fireplace, very towering sort of bookshelves on the left and right of the fireplace that kind of go down that entire, basically cover that whole wall, and then a little bit of the left and right wall. The room itself is decorated with various trophies, trinkets, and baubles. You see like various on display kind of heads of large and very, I mean, to you guys look like alien-like creatures that are just sort of on display. The floor is kind of covered in a very large, very, very intricately decorated rug. Along with sort of kind of near the fireplace, there is a pelt rug of some other kind of strange, probably the bear-like creature. There's tables, a large sort of table that kind of goes across the center of the rug with chairs around it. On the table itself is a nice candelabra and various papers and other small little trinkets and knickknacks, things of that sort. And then sort of in front of the fireplace on top of that rug, 2 more chairs with a table in between with a strange sort of hourglass slowly rotating itself every time it drops and empties out. And you may take a little bit of time. You notice it seems to be count out minutes as the sand drops. There's a couple desks. There's a desk on the left and right side next to some of the books with various papers and other things among the desks, as well as sort of immediately to the left in the sort of back left corner. There is what looks to be like an alchemy table and in the back right corner there is what looks to be more of a arcane study and research table. Various like books and runes and like staves and things of that nature that to either maybe enchant an item or just look more into an item and discern its history, things of that stuff. As Fizzlenozzle kind of comes in, he goes over to kind of begins just kind of scrounging around the room and looking around and kind of gets to the table and you are more than welcome to look around, have a seat, to do whatever you wish.
Holy
if anything strikes your fancy that you look at, feel free to ask about it, inquire things if you maybe you know about some of these things, which you that means you're more than welcome to ask about trading that one. If you don't mind, unless you have something more you're willing to share right now, I'm going to try to make a trace of the map, if it's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Go for it.
Great.
Quick question, just real quick. Belloc, your security man. Does he?
Belloc?
Does his his markings ever change?
The Goliath? No, Goliath's markings don't change. Why?
I swear that he looked different earlier. You don't happen to have two, right? Two security men?
Make persuasion check.
Oh, okay. 11.
You can like pause and... Well, since you're allowing me to trace this and gifting me with that, I assume I can part with a little information as that trade. Beloc's a changeling. And kind of like just goes, unfolds the paper more and goes and try to find a paper that is equal size. And gets something close and kind of sets it next to it and begins kind of tracing. I've modeled a couple security members that are changelings just to keep people on their toes and things like that.
Interesting.
Fearne just immediately looks at Rowan.
Marie's looking at Fearne with big eyes.
And he's like, he kind of like, almost says it's kind of just offhandedly, but then goes to tracing and kind of pauses from. Don't tell anybody. Obviously, a secret.
Never tell
Many people
so.
notice when Belloc changes that, and I need to tell him that he has to generally wait a little bit of time between seeing people to do that. But nevertheless,
Fearne like scoots in their chair a little bit forward more, looking more interested.
shakes the pen a little bit and kind of goes like tracing. But don't tell people. Again, it's actually a security measure, added security measure that they are changelings. Keep people on their toes. They don't exactly know who's who. Most people think I have a rotating staff of security, but really it's just a couple of loyal people.
Interesting.
Private information. In exchange for this.
Oh, of course, yeah, no. Won't leave this room.
Yes.
Oh.
I couldn't happen. Yeah, no. Yeah, goes immediately back to tracing.
Rowan is going to immediately start walking the room looking for the gyroscope with the sapphire.
Roll an investigation check since you are looking for something specific.
Marie's also going to look on the opposite side of the room.
24.
Okay.
Is there anywhere Fearne could look, or just
I mean, it's a decent sized room, so you can definitely go look. Things are kind of scattered, littered about everywhere. There are some shelves that are kind of intersecting, like similar, not exactly like Blanche's room, but like sort of similar in where it kind of parts some of it off.
I want to die.
We have a 24, a 23, and a 10.
Fearne's too excited about the changeling thing, is like sweating a little and is like thinking about that.
So you're sure probably staying a little bit more in the center towards like near where he is.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Marie wouldn't be interested in any books, so I have to omit those from anything that she might find. Marie, you don't find the orb, but you do find immediately kind of like you think gyroscope, and you kind of remember like spherical and sapphire, which is blue, and then see that. It's not glowing right now, but it kind of has like a blue lining to it, and like the cracks and edges.
Is it Like, is it floating or is it like in a container of some sort?
It's like kind of propped up and held on a little stand.
She is going to look over to see if Bills is paying much attention to her. She's going to pick it up. Is it heavy?
It's a decent weight. Weighs about 5 pounds.
Okay, she is going to...
About 6 inches across.
She's going to sit there for the next 10 minutes and concentrate on it to try and do detect magic.
Okay. So you go about casting the ritual casting detect magic? Okay. Very quickly, as you begin to cast it, you see Bill's kind of look over. You don't need to cast anything of that nature here. I can always describe things for you.
Oh, you just looked busy. I didn't want to bother you.
I'm not busy at all. If you're allowing me the time to do so, I'm more than happy to, discuss these things with you, of course.
But can you tell me what this is? It looks really cool.
Of course, this is Wayfinder Spirit. It belongs to a artificer named he just went by the name Udogast.
Oh, interesting.
He was excellent. Well, actually, a lot of his notes and I actually met him once, but a lot of his notes and him personally talking to him helped me learn a little bit about map making and gestures to the map behind him and cartography, things of that nature. This itself is what he invented. For those that are not as inclined to it, it's sort of a 3-part mechanism. You can use it to, for one, use it to have record basic details about the space it can see. And it generally is as I've learned and as obviously instructed me, it has about a range about 100 feet. And can see darkness. I don't believe I can see medical darkness. I haven't tested it in that yet, but and can't actually see through very, very heavily obscured areas or illusions, which makes me believe that medical darkness would not work. But tapping it twice then deactivates the orb. You can also, once it's activated, have it display recorded maps. As long as you're within 30 feet of it, and you speak the command word, followed by a description of a location. That it has mapped or scanned, whatever, and it will display it to you and have it recall the entrance to, simply like a maybe bunch of catacombs that you explored 2 days ago. The path that you took to get through a twisting labyrinth.
Oh.
It helps you not get lost.
That's really cool, to be honest.
It taps it once, it kind of lights up, and there's trust and run city markets. And kind of lets it kind of hover in the air slightly, and it sort of displays a sort of an illusionary sort of 3D map, like top-down view of the trust and run markets, which you out of other people here would be a little bit more familiar with. It does look accurate, you think. It's been a while since you've seen it and never really fully looked at it from a bird's eye view. Mm-hmm. But it does seem to display this full map.
She tips her head as if she's never seen this place before.
He kind of like, and if I wanted, I can have it expand. And it kind of like speaks out loud, and it sort of zooms out, begins to show more and more of an area. I believe it will show at the most at one time, it will show about a 1 mile radius. To shrink, and it kind of shrinks down and goes to about 25 feet radius.
Interesting.
And you're speaking the command word again, which most of the time is just the name of the place that you want to see. We'll have it disappear. You can also have the command to go up to rise in the air and float about 5 feet off the ground until you grab it again, and it will fall about 30 feet away from you. As well, it's an interesting thing. If there's a named location that you give it within 1 mile of you, it will start leading you there. As long as it has been recorded.
That's really handy.
Very handy.
Oh, thank you.
And he hands it to you. Obviously, I have more to into it, but in order to do those ones for the command words, it taps it again, and make sure to shut it off. I hate asking for directions, is the command word.
I love it.
Kind of just smiles and nods. Quite fascinating. It was, well, I unfortunately don't find much of a use for it, but I do enjoy showing it off, and every now and then looking back at some of the maps that in places I've been, or the Sphere has been.
Have you been to a lot of places with it?
I've been to a fair few. I'm very hesitant to think about how many that Urugas has been to, or how many he's recorded in there. But
You have a lot of interesting friends, it seems.
I try to make friends with many interesting people. Of course, well, no offense, but if I invited you.
I'm flattered you think so.
And just nods and smiles. But again, you don't need to cast any detect magic or anything. If you just have any questions about any of the stuff here, I'm more than happy to help you.
I appreciate that.
And answer any questions. He kind of turns and goes back to the map.
Okay, she's gonna put it back where she found it, and then I'll let you get to Rowan.
Well, and you do actually find a gyroscope-like sphere. Kind of just near the end. There's actually two of them. One has a ruby in it. Or three of them. Sorry. One has a ruby. One has an emerald, and one has a sapphire in it.
Yes!
And you see that all of them are just sort of on a single single point, just kind of balancing there as they slowly kind of rotate.
He will pull off the gyroscope with the sapphire. Looks through my notes again. The sapphire, yes.
Yes, sapphire. Okay, you do so.
Oh, I guess he'll walk back to the gnome. Or to Fizzlenozzle.
Okay. You know, walk back over to Fizzlenozzle, and he kind of sketching, kind of glances up a little bit, and just
this is
looks at you, raises a brow.
very interesting.
Oh, yeah, quite interesting. I've actually, I believe, I haven't figured out what it does entirely, but just shrugs a little bit. Yeah, maybe at some point I will.
I'm just kind of like, oh, okay, interesting.
Kind of like looks to you and just, I personally don't like, well, as long as I can identify it's safe to do so, I like to try to figure out what the items do through trial and error. Yeah, I find it more exciting and fun.
Oh, that's...
Of course, when I get to a point where I can't fully figure it out, I will identify it. It takes about a year and a half, maybe sometimes 2 years for me to get to that point, but...
Wow. Wow, yeah. Is there a place in this room Rowan can go where Fizzlenozzle really can't see him very well? I'm assuming he's still transcribing his map pretty furiously.
Yes. Not so furiously. He's slowing down to kind of keep with the detail. But yeah, there's like an area you could go that's kind of like there's a bookshelf behind.
Okay, he's gonna go behind that bookshelf, take out his goggles, and identify it with the spell.
Okay. The once per day one?
Yep.
So it takes you a minute.
Okay.
So, Fearne, you rolled a 10.
Yep.
Okay. And you're basically just looking. You're like not really. You're just like every now and again grabbing something that's not really even. You don't even know what it is. But then kind of like you're just glancing back at Fizzlenozzle, looks like, yeah, he hires changelings, huh? Specifically changelings too. It seemed.
Yeah, she's excited. She's excited about that. It's just like, so, you only hire changelings?
Looks up and looks back at you. No, not only changelings. No, mainly just the security. None of my other employees are changelings. It's not that I'm going to admit to you. Only little bits of information for trade. But yes, my security changelings mostly. So there's some of them that aren't changelings. But for the most part, yes, I actually explicitly did try to hire changelings. Could offer them. I tried to offer him a job, and to kind of like rolls his hand as if like trying to quickly think of like a word so he go back to transcribing. Yes, explicitly changelings for security. Added security with that.
That's really cool.
I'm glad you think so. I think they can be viewed with a little too much scrutiny sometimes, but sometimes can be a little bit understandable based on history and whatnot. But I believe that history doesn't always make the person.
And he just gives him a smile.
He's not looking. He's back at transcribing.
She already likes this man.
Oh my god.
See, guys, we don't gotta steal from him. Yet. Can Marie see if she finds anything else interesting?
Hold on a second, because Rowan only takes a minute for him to do that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Thing.
What is this fire making us steal? What is it?
Tell us your secrets, Rowan.
Roll me an intelligence check with this, Rowan. Or Arcana check.
Arcana? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's intelligence, but if you have proficiency in it.
22.
22 being enough. It's a gyroscope of meta magic. It's a small, maybe probably 6 inches across, 7 inches across, sphere. The metal, you realize it's actually not metal like iron it's made out of. It looks very much like iron, but you do, as you kind of touch it and feel it, it seems to almost be a little bit more malleable. And the sapphire in the middle is actually not a sapphire. It is comparison would be like a crystal of like pure magic.
Oh.
Not like which in itself cannot be like it's not like a hugely powerful thing, but it is just like something, a small crystal made of pure magic. It is rare, but not like something that's going to end the world. What it does is while you're wearing the medallion, and you have the ability and can manipulate magic and meta magic, it gives you one additional meta magic option of your choice. And as long as you continue to wear the medallion, you can change this option when you finish a long rest. Obviously, you need to be a sorcerer to attune to this.
Interesting. Okay. He will take off the goggles and kind of meander back into their little area.
Marie, you can go ahead and roll again. Fearne, as you kind of smile at him and he kind of he talks with you and says that, you hear a voice in your head. You hear a feminine voice in your head. It sort of sounds almost changing and a little bit like feminine, but slightly androgynous as well. And speaks to you, says, "The past and history don't make the person, but they shouldn't be ignored. They happened, and you should learn about it."
Dude, he's just gonna freeze up a second and just calm down and be like, learn from him?
Learn from history. Change can't be made unless we know the mistakes of the past.
Mistakes of what changelings did?
It's for you to decide. And you to decide what to do with. You're certainly an interesting gift. I'll give my sister that. And the voice is gone. Your eyes kind of glaze over for a moment, Fearne, and immediately you're kind of back. Doesn't seem like it took any time for you at all. Really, nobody really probably notices.
Why can Fearne have little voice interactions in her head and no one notices, and Rowan's like zoned out for like 15 minutes in the corner?
Because he's weird about it.
Balls.
He's weird for a
There's
half elf.
specific reasons. Marie, what did you roll?
A 19.
Yeah, you see sort of resting on a sort of, not a mannequin, but like just a head. Sort of like this little bit, has a little bit of protrusion to kind of support it on one of the shelves.
She is. How big is it compared to her?
Not terribly big. It being bigger than you, you're small, but like comparison to people you know, could probably fit on Burke's head pretty easily.
Interesting. She's going to try and take it off the mannequin.
Yeah, it's easy enough. You kind of lift it up and off, yeah. It's not secured on there.
But what is this?
He kind of looks up and pauses, kind of glances to Rowan and Fearne, and then glances over to you. Oh, that's well, I believe they called it the helmet of the ruby dragon. I believe.
Makes sense.
They had a couple different names. Those look very much like rubies, and from what I could discern, they're essentially rubies enchanted, maybe of sort, on the top. So that's what I've grown accustomed to calling it. But that one I got from an adventure, actually. I met, well, would have been, maybe 50 years ago, I believe, at the most. What better name is it?
It's, got an impressive presence to it.
Or was it? Was it? Sorry, I'm trying to remember who had it.
Oh, well.
Regardless, it was a smaller kobold who worked. He's very, a little strange at the time, but very devout follower of Bahamut. And, well, he got a little weird with his religion ways. Well, a bit, I think, overly enthusiastic in my opinion, but I haven't heard from him or seen him in quite a while. I mean, I assume he's still living for the kobold. He did pretty well for himself. And, kobolds, believe it or not, kind of looks to all of you, kobolds actually live for quite a long time. Maybe generally about the same as halflings.
What happened to be his name? Do you know?
Was it? Or is it?
No! Wait, that's his name? Was
What?
it? Or is it?
No, is it?
Who the fuck named their child that?
Kobolds have very interesting names. That looks very different. But I believe it was. Is it?
Oh, you're saying that's his name?
Yes,
Oh,
I believe.
I thought you were confused.
I'm finding out that there are a lot of kobolds who seem to actually worship Bahamut. It's very interesting.
Oh, no, actually not. Very few worship Bahamut. Many scorn him.
You know, fella.
Oh, you know of another one?
Yeah, Fearne's gonna sit in a chair and be like, yeah.
Knowing another one is just purely coincidence, I believe. Most, if not all, other kobolds worship Tiamat. Or some with their own god who is imprisoned by the gnomish god, Glitterroad.
Marie is in the process of trying to see if she can somehow get this over her head without falling over.
It's a little awkward, but yeah. It kind of droops on your head. It's definitely not meant for like a even a round. Like it's not meant for a rounded head. It's not meant definitely for more a reptilian kind of head. As well, you can't actually see out of it because the eye parts are like a little bit too far ahead.
She's like, hey man.
Fearne's just looking at Bill for a second, not even hearing
She
Marie.
doesn't even see it.
What do you think?
Fearne's concentrating on Bill.
I get the hint.
She's gonna take it off with a little huff and put it back.
He's kind of gone back to describing his thing, which he's actually decently quick at it.
So, I really like this trinket here. He'll hold up the gyroscope.
Glances
I don't know if we could perhaps trade some things from the tower for it.
I wish I could tell you more about it. It's definitely a very interesting talking piece, at the least. But yes, no, of course. What would you? Obviously, I don't know what you have to offer in trade. So,
Fearne's like shake out of a thought for a second and be like, we might have some other stuff from the tower.
We should do. Don't you guys have like books or something?
I do have some of his books. I don't know if you'd be interested in any of them. Of course, I bet
I mean, surely it depends. I mean, written by him or just was it happen to own?
They just happen to own. I don't know if they're.
Well, they're interesting. I definitely look at them, but I don't know how really, interested. I've knows any.
Fearne's gonna get the notes the journal about all the constructs and stuff and hold it out.
Kind of looks towards it and then.
I have this.
Can I? He hold out his hand.
Of course.
Opens it and sort of flicks it open. Interesting. It flips to the back and kind of part where it did have a slight signature of flash. That seems to be his signature. And it flips through the book. And
very interesting. I read the whole thing.
Some of these parts are
confusing.
You didn't read the whole thing because there were some parts that were not in a language that you could understand.
Well, except for that part.
Let's flip through that. Interesting. Some of these are very old language. I'd have to research this one. These are old in some of his processes and things. It's yes, of course. I would be more than happy to if this is. He kind of looks to the gyroscope and then the notebook, and
Fearne's gonna glance at Rowan.
I would be willing to take this as a trade for said item.
He'll kind of look at Fearne to make sure she's fine with that. Sorry, Eamon.
They'll just give a little nod.
Yeah, no, that's great, phenomenal.
Great, consider it yours, and this is mine. Kind of quickly looks around and sort of just pockets it within his jacket and just sort of tucks it away.
I hope you enjoyed the notes. I couldn't read all of it.
I think he kind of passes where he put those books. I think I would very much enjoy the notes. I look forward to reading them tonight.
The parts I could understand were a little confusing.
I will definitely have to research that, but I am very much looking forward to it. If you have anything more, you are welcome to continue looking around.
I don't.
Would be more than happy to, assuming more of. No offense, again, looks around, but books that he just owned are not necessarily things that I am quite interested in. Unless they are as well as old as him as he was, and from that sort of age and time, and are no longer able to be reproduced or in production.
Sadly, that is the only thing directly from him that I kept.
Directly, anything from his tower. Things he owned and whatnot always can carry memories, and just things he might have researched and studied I'm very interested in.
Maybe we can go back.
You really didn't take anything more. I mean, obviously you might not know fully what you stumbled upon, which is completely understandable. If I did, I would have investigated so much.
I do have one other note. Did you guys see anything that you perhaps want to see if we can trade for it, though? We'll look at the other two.
I mean, the spear is pretty cool.
Fearne, you can make another perception check to kind of look around if you would like.
Sure.
And Rowan, if you want to, as you say that you want to take another look.
What the even number? It was 1919.
I did happen to pick up a note from one of his offices, or not one of his offices, one of his studies, and it's talking. Well, he'll stop. He's like, I don't know, maybe it's not good information to give to this random person.
Right. Wait. So what are you?
Yeah. I found this note talking about he must have been researching something in the tower, something about a dragon orb. No idea what that's about.
Interesting. You don't need to hand me the full thing. I'd be interested in looking at it.
He will pull out the note that was written about the signed by a V, and it's about talking about Zalatosh and the sentient orb, or just that fucking piece of paper that he took off that desk.
Hand it to him. Do you let him look it over?
Yeah, he'll let it.
So,
yeah.
Interesting.
We didn't find anything like that, but who knows?
Roll a deception check.
Fuck me, please. Please don't fuck me. 10.
Nothing that sounds like this was almost like written as though it was meant to be. As though he was like in front of it when he was writing it. Whatever it is. He was speaking of
You know,
Interesting.
I didn't take an orb, so I could still be there.
Roll another deception check.
Oh my god.
Technically, he didn't take the orb.
Technically, Fearne did.
It's
You were
not a
with
matter of
me.
like you lying.
17.
You were still trying to deceive him.
17. He's gonna fucking destroy my ass.
And like glances, look like squints a little bit. All right, right. Just squints a little bit too.
Oh my god.
Was there happen to be any other notes around this that you took, or things of that nature?
Just that note. There
Might
were
have
a
been.
lot of notes all over these desks where I found it, but I couldn't read any of it. This was the only one that I kind of rifled through them, and that one was the one I was like, oh, that's interesting, and took it.
Nothing. You could have there's nothing more in that room by chance. Nothing that you just happened to take, or you kind of like glanced the other two. Did you all happen to take maybe when you were in that room?
I was taking a nap, I think.
There was a magic door in the room that led to another dimension thing.
Right. It sounded like many of the doors there were.
We got beat up by a bunch of golems.
Yeah, I'm surprised you may have been really passive as golems, but nothing more next to this. It's just very, very interesting, very different from what I understand of most of his.
Oh, I almost suffocated in a dusty gel cell area. Wouldn't recommend going in there.
Interesting, probably a security measure. But like this room specifically around this note, this subject matter. Is there anything more that you might have stumbled across?
I found this orb. He'll pull out the topaz orb that he found in the office. I'm assuming that's not what he was talking about, but fuck if I know. I'm not a wizard.
And he like holds out his hand. Can I see it?
He'll give it to him.
Takes it, sort of looks it over and sort of squints, and you see him kind of pull out from his there's a couple components out of his pouch, kind of like rub his hands with them, just kind of rub his hands over the thing. No, it's just magical, actually. Definitely, what he was talking about here seems to be magical in nature.
I think that's the only orb I picked up, unfortunately. I mean, if
There's nothing more that either of you found or read about this. This is very. He studied golems mainly, and researched that. Obviously, he studied lots of magic variety, but he specialized more in golems. So something drawing his attention like this, something more specific, away from that is very.
Fearne's gonna stare at Rowan. Like the look, like.
You know, I could always just take the note back too if you're not interested.
Well, no. I'm just curious if there's more. I want to know more about why he was studying this, or what he was wanting to do, or things of that nature.
I want to trust him. Can Fearne do an insight check if that's all he wants is knowledge?
Roll an insight check to see if you're trying to figure out discern if he's being more genuine.
Yeah.
What he's saying?
Oh my fucking god.
9. You're not really sure. Like, he's definitely been just very interested in a lot of things for knowledge up to this point. Like, he hasn't obviously has some like magical items in here that he just has kind of on display as decoration that is not even really other people can see, and lets a lot of his very amount of his collection outside. But you're not really. I mean, obviously not really sure. You don't know him. You just met him today, so can't tell fully.
Well, we could always go back and look.
I wouldn't ask that of you, especially since your friend, he kind of looks to Marie, said they seemed not to like it as much.
Well, there's parts of it that are really nice.
And I am. You did tell me where it was, so I'm capable of going back myself too, and investigating where this was at.
It's really just the golems that were terrible. Everything else was pretty good.
I'd be surprised if there's not more golems. I am very adept at dealing with them, assuming they're not to the level of some of his Age of Arcanum golems, in which case I'm not sure how well I could deal with them, but at that point I don't think you all would be able to deal with them very well either.
I don't really know a lot about golems. These were just punchy ones.
Yeah,
I think you could get past them.
Well, very easily. I've dealt with golems before. Maybe I'll go over there and see if I can find this room that this was found in. Is there any details about the room that you found this in? Just so I know what I'm looking for.
There was a pedestal in the middle and a lot of desks surrounding it.
The pedestal? Is there anything on the pedestal?
No.
Make a deception check.
Jesus Christ,
Rowan!
why?
You're digging a hole!
18.
Yeah. Right. Interesting. Huh. This is just... And you couldn't read anything else in this room, and he looks to you, Fearne, and could you read anything more in this room?
Read more? In the room? Oh,
in
fuck,
that room,
I don't remember. Did
maybe you could...
I think Rowan was the one that was looking at all the notes on the desks. I don't know.
Right,
if
but you just couldn't
did.
read most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't really read anything.
I mean, there's a lot of papers on all the desks.
Right. Well, I'll have to go investigate it myself.
The fact he hasn't thrown me out on my ass is beautiful.
What a
Thank
kind
you.
gentleman.
Appreciate.
He sort of nods and kind of moves the paper a little bit to the side, like a little bit towards you if you want to grab it. But I definitely will have to investigate by myself and see if I can maybe find what was there.
What do you know what the note's talking about?
Not fully, no, not entirely. I have theories, ideas, but I don't fully know entirely what it's talking about. Not without really, knowing more about what's there. It's maybe seeing the orb or the other notes that he might have written. It sounds like whoever he was, the reason why it's a letter, like who he was writing to, was aware of what he was talking about in prior things that they had discussed. So maybe there was... Shrugs a little bit.
What do you think an orb that they were talking about? Because in the notes it sounded very interesting.
Right. It variety of orbs are powerful. There's obviously, but this one discusses dragons more, so it could potentially be one of the few orbs of dragon kind in existence, perhaps. There's that. Perhaps a orb of well, the way it's discussed, maybe it could be an orb of scrying. Detection. He could have been viewing somebody else with a dragon specifically, since he's referencing that.
I feel if you actually find like what you orb of dragon kind there, what would you do with it? Like what?
Well, I would likely keep it there for a bit or two, but there's a couple of colleagues of mine that I'd have to contact and discuss with about exactly what I can do with it.
Like use it or like safe keep it?
From what I believe, I don't believe that I want to use it. But
Is it dangerous?
But from what I've heard and maybe understand, I would believe that I'm led to believe can be dangerous. Yes, it's more so very powerful though, and that I want to check with some of my colleagues that are a bit more studied on this certain specific situation. discuss with them, perhaps. And obviously keep it, well, keep that information a bit more low profile. I was likely invite them here to my place and then without any discussion of it and discuss it with them in private here. Potentially could sneak it here with maybe a bag of holding or something. That way I could get it somewhere a little bit safer away where people can't stumble upon it.
That'd be a smart thing to do.
But this is all. If you said there's nothing in the room, then
I mean, not that we
it
saw.
sounds like it might have been on the. It sounds based on your description, like it would have been on a. I mean, if there's a pedestal, I assume that would have been the centerpiece. And if there's nothing there, I fear to think what might have happened if somebody already found it. Well, unfortunately, there's nothing more that you all collected, but, well, interesting to know that the place exists and I could potentially even visit it. Oh, thank you for that information. That is quite invaluable.
Another thing.
Interesting.
When you're going in, how to get into it is a barrel with weird water. Think of the office. Just think of office, or what's a safe room?
Oh, he's a wizard, Eamon. I think he'll be fine.
Well, just in case.
Well, he kind of pulls out the notebook and kind of flips through it a little bit. And pulls out a couple of spare pieces of paper that were stuck in there by Rowan, actually, because you did find notes.
Yeah.
And kind of looks at the paper. Well, I thought that, yes, strange sort of refreshing liquid. You need to be familiar with the room in order to teleport there and think about it.
Just be careful.
I'm, well, unfortunately not familiar with the room, so I can't go there, but, kind of folds the paper, and I assume none of you were either, so discovering and going through investigating things would be is a possibility, and something I might not have to be too, well, I guess worried about, as long as I take it slow and cautiously. You all survived, I believe I could survive as well. Assuming I don't get stuck in the first room forever. Just investigating and looking and reading things.
I think that was my downfall. I couldn't read, so I couldn't get out. Not for a very long time.
You can't read?
No.
Would you like to learn?
I wouldn't say no.
Well, with much the information you've given me, I'm more than happy to bestow upon that small bits of information to help you with that. If you like.
She kind of hops down from the bookshelf, or whatever she had climbed on to look at the ruby dragon helm. And kind of walks closer to him. She looks over at the others, kind of over her shoulder.
I'd be down for it, but is there information?
It's information for sure. You don't know how to read. You don't have the information needed to read. So.
Yeah, if it's something you want, Marie.
I think it'd be kind of helpful.
I don't believe personally I can teach you personally today. Well, today at least, but I am you're more than welcome to come back if you would like to stay for the day. I do have some people that I can have take some time out of the day, and I think would be more than happy to teach you. Do owe me a couple of favors as well.
We can always either stay or come back. What's everybody else doing today?
I was not really gonna do anything else.
She looks at Rowan with big eyes. Big sparkly puppy eyes.
I don't care. It's kind of whatever you guys want to do. I'll just kind of shrug.
She's gonna turn around and face him again.
Well, guess we could stay then.
Right? You are more than welcome to come back if you wish. You obviously know where this is. It's open to you all. Very. My doors are open. As a note with that, when you come looking, if you ever find almost every garden portal, wherever you find it, it would probably be mine. If there's one that's not connected to here, then I'd be interested in knowing. I'd appreciate it if you did tell me, but just ask for Bill's best.
Bill's best.
Yes.
Okay.
Millibug was obviously there in Bardside, and I wanted to be much more clear about exactly what you were looking for, and to sort of obviously make it clear that you only had been here only once to the other people attending. But no, you've been here more than once. Bill's best is sort of the code drink to get in.
Alrighty.
As well as when you're here, it is a drink. Quite a delicious one, if I do say so myself.
I'll try it.
Kind of like looks at the map again and kind of like slightly, just every now and again, kind of like placing a couple smaller details. We're kind of like Talia sitting up like, right, but I can of course and I wish I could help you fully today because I could well maybe ask a couple more stories about this tower and I completely forgot I was going to ask you about being awoken, but I'm sorry I was distracted by something. No offense, far more interesting to me.
No offense taken.
But I can't. Unfortunately, I do have some other prior meetings I have to attend to today, and I will never teach you myself, but I can get people to help teach you.
Well, I look forward to that when it does happen. You said we can come back tomorrow,
Yes.
right?
You're welcome to come back tomorrow. I can find somebody today for you quickly enough if you would like. Your choice.
Whenever it's good enough for you. I don't want to inconvenience you.
If I'm finding somebody else that owes me a favor, it's not inconveniencing me in any way. Perhaps them, but most of them are. As long as they don't let them know they're allowed to teach you, as long as you don't mind them drinking, they're more than happy to help most of the times.
I think it would enhance the learning.
Kind of smile, like nods a little bit, but I can go find some if you would like. I just need to know what you are doing. Do you plan to stay here for a while, for the day?
She looks at the other two.
Well, I did leave Benjy by himself.
You want to go back to Benjy?
I'm sure he's fine, but
You just come back to your home. Y'all don't have to stay here with me, you know?
I know.
That is true. Being fully awoken, you can't pretty much consider them their own person, just different appearances. Actually, I do believe there's another one of my friends comes by every now and again. There's actually a well, wasn't awoken, but he was probably morphed into an otter.
An otter?
A little bit of a mishap with the experiment, but he's decided to keep it. He could easily change himself back. He says it works just fine for him at the moment.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't believe he's here right now, but
I'd like to meet him on sometime. That's
let him know about you. Maybe he'll
opposites.
try to get a hold of him. So, if you are staying here, I will send out word and have somebody go in. We'll have somebody found to help teach you. He kind of begins stepping away from the table and kind of towards the door.
How about I come by tomorrow? That way you have time to organize all of this.
Sure, of course I can do that. Then tomorrow, I'll make sure to have somebody.
All right, I'll be here. Thank you.
Very good. Of course. He opens the door and kind of like, no, not necessarily like kind of waiting for you guys a little bit, almost like holding it open for you guys.
Did he give Rowan back the map, or did he keep it?
It's on the table. He hasn't directly given it back to you. Are you leaving it there, or are you taking it?
I guess he'll pick it up for now and stick it in his bag.
He kind of sees you pick it up. Oh, I'm terribly sorry about that. I got caught up and distracted.
Yeah, maybe if we continue to
to talk. I'll just leave it as a gift one day. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be ecstatic about that. I would look forward to it, but just nods. I apologize. I did not mean to keep it.
No worries.
I do hope you enjoy whatever it is you have. I do wish I could have figured it out. I have 2 others, but I do believe they are the same. Actually, one of them I believe is not magical, but other than the fact that it shifts and floats. Maybe it's the same with that one. I'm not sure.
Perhaps.
Doesn't matter. It's very interesting.
Yeah, of course. Rowan will go ahead and walk out the door.
You guys walk out the door.
Marie's gonna curtsy at him as she goes out the door.
Nods. Eamon, you walking out?
Yeah. Eamon will walk out last
Yeah,
and give him
Eamon.
like a kind of like a crooked smile and a nod and like follow.
As you guys walk out, he kind of like just nods to you all. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I do hope to see you all again. And well, if I'm not here, I'll make sure to be here tomorrow. But after such, well, if I'm not here, I guess you can assume I'm at the tower. If you have a fast way there, you can maybe meet me there. But he kind of smiles and nods to you, and then kind of looks to Baylock, who's like not actually too far. Baylock, do let people know I am. He kind of like pats his chest with the notebook. I am unfortunately open for visits again. If people need me. Baylock kind of looks and just nods a little bit. Right? But no. Bills kind of looks to you guys, nods and smiles once more before kind of closing the door.
Well, do we want to get out of here, or what?
I don't know. Do you guys want to have another drink before we go? Or?
Oh, I've had I've had actually quite a bit.
You feeling good? Even?
A mead, a shot of whiskey, and the drink before this drink.
Wow, you're doing pretty good. How you
I'm
feeling?
feeling it.
You walk on a straight
we have to
line.
go to your friends, Marie,
I know.
don't we?
I mean, I wouldn't put it off, just so it doesn't wind up in wrong hands again.
Well, let's get out of here. Rowan will kind of go back to the front where they came in. And, try and head out.
Guys go and head out. The sort of bartenders, you kind of just glance at the bartenders and the people there, and their bartenders just kind of like helping a couple people, sort of to them nod to you, the elf that helped you guys, and the other woman is not there. But kind of the greeters all kind of like give a slight bow as you guys pass by them and leave. You go back through the foyer and go outside. As you're actually passing through those front golden doors, you do see kind of walking back in Catelyn, the more curvaceous woman with the murky brown stout hair that seemed to be actually like just based on kind of how she was, the air about her. She was sort of like, I guess manager would be the best word. You see as she kind of like turns and opens the door, turns and kind of like pauses to you all and just sort of gives a nod and kind of a slight bow. As you guys kind of move out and kind of pass her, she sort of smiles to you. Did you get it?
What?
Get
What do you mean?
Did you
what?
get it?
Get it?
Get
For the spire.
What the fuck?
She looks. Marie just kind of like puffs a little bit, as well as she can with her patchy fur, and stares at her.
She kind of looks between you three. No, don't tell me he didn't tell you that he has people up here. About me up here.
I mean, I'm not
No.
surprised. I just didn't think you were going to say something out loud like this.
Nobody else is around right now. And I'm talking in a rather hushed voice. Well, she is talking in a little hushed voice.
In that case, it's right on the way back to his pocket.
Just making sure.
Well, rest assured, we got it.
Kind of still smiling, just kind of nods and little eyes smile. Good. Hope to see you all again.
You'll definitely be seeing me around.
Hope you all enjoyed the stay.
it was nice.
It's an interesting place.
Glad to hear that. if there's anything we can do to make it more enjoyable, let us know.
Will do.
She kind of smiles and nods. Have a good day.
You do.
Or she kind of like walks back away towards the bar.
What the actual fuck? Who the fuck do you work for, Marie?
I got co-workers everywhere, it seems. It surprised me, though.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm surprised since you had someone here that you didn't have them nabbed already, but I guess hard to get past that fella at the door.
Let's just get out of here.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
You guys go out to the main sort of garden area, the open field. You exit back through. Yeah, you guys do find yourself back in the same tavern that you guys entered in from. You see the still fairly vacant. You see the tieflings at the counter, and you kind of just both like turning and looking at you and just sort of smiling and giving a nod.
Marie pats Fearne's leg.
Looks like they came together. Looks like they did. It's more for you. I'm not that much of a slut. You could fool me. I can say the same about you. I'm just not as outward about it. Well, sometimes I have to be. They don't ever notice if I'm not.
Fearne just kind of puts a hand on their chest and just like,
How was the tavern?
it was wonderful.
Delightful.
It was definitely fucking something.
Nods a little bit and smiles, and as the other one, just kind of sits up a little bit. Well, we hope to see you again. Potentially, I guess that's up to Bills if you will be.
Fearne is gonna give like a little half smirk and be like, "Oh, you'll see us again."
Jesus fucking Christ.
Kind of nods a little bit, right? Well, hopefully. I don't think Ariel and my sister here is enough to keep people in this shitty tavern. It's not that bad. It's pretty bad. You just have very high expectations. I don't really think so.
I mean, let's get going.
As they're walking out, Fearne's just gonna be like, "At least there's at least two good things to look at and follow."
Ian! Oh my goodness! Marie's gonna scold that very loudly and is going to follow after him.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that to them?
To the tieflings, yes.
Okay. As you kind of walk out, I don't think that she would disagree with you.
You two are fucking unbelievable.
Rowan, let Fearne get some.
Fearne's just smirking a little, like, "I think I did well."
She wants to explore the world and all the good things in it. Let her.
I don't think that flirting was that bad, was it?
It was pretty funny. You could work on it a little bit.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but Jesus.
It's better than this boy here blushing all the way up to his ear tips.
I don't blush on my ears.
You don't. You could have fooled me.
Let's just get to your friends, please.
Okay. I understand. She's going to giggle a little bit as she walks a little bit ahead of them.
Twos or fours?
She's going to walk on fours.
You guys began making your way back to Marie's boss, quote unquote.
Fearne, do you want to go in like that?
Yeah, I probably need to change.
Do we need to run by a house first? Wait, but your tavern room?
I mean, you could also easily change while you're on the stairs down. There's not like you're watching on the stairs down to it.
Okay.
So you change back to what?
The Fearne's first form he saw her in.
Not ideal.
No.
Alright. You guys make your way down there to basically the sort of a grotto area. You kind of let them know that you need to have business with the Spire. They let you in to his little back room area. You see him he's already kind of sitting there, and kind of across from him is the elf that generally wears the kind of the more like kind of tuxedo kind of butler-ish uniform. You see the spire kind of like smiling a little bit, and like they're obviously having a bit more of a kind of jovial conversation. You see as you kind of walk in, the elf kind of glance back to you, and a slight smirk on his face, and you sort of stand up as you guys approach and go to his normal. Go initially to stand at his normal position, kind of like near the door next to the spire. The spire just kind of looks at him, just kind of gives a nod, and he nods back and opens the door and kind of leaves as you guys go over and take your seats across from the spire, sort of relaxing back in his corner booth kind of thing. Which kind of looks to you all, and just kind of gives a slight nod, and just so a slight smile on his face. So I was told you were all done. You all managed to gather the item.
How does work? How? I don't know if I want to know.
From what I understand, some people in your party, kind of looks to Marie, have the capability of sending messages across long distances. I didn't think that was a foreign knowledge to you.
I didn't realize you just employ people that can fucking message spell everyone all the time.
I tend to give them a method to do so, if they can't. Not everybody is magically inclined, but I like to stay in communication, especially with those that are a bit further away from me.
I mean, that makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think about it, to be honest. That's a lot of network I don't really want to know about, I don't think.
None that you need to know about. So, is my contact incorrect?
No, we got it. Rowan
will pull out the gyroscope from his bag. This is the right one, right?
Kind of reaches his hand out as if to take it, or as if for you to hand it to him.
He'll hand it to him.
Yeah, takes it in his palm and brings it closer and looks at it. Seems to be. Yeah. Nods a little bit and puts it in his own hand, sets it to the side.
Can I... you don't have to answer. Are you a sorcerer?
No.
You just collect things that you can't
No.
use?
I don't collect things that I can't use. I leave that more to Fizzlenozzle. I have friends and employees that have the potential for using things such as this.
Well, there you are. That's our part of the job.
Yeah, indeed. Cost that I need to know about. How did you... From what I understand, there wasn't any subterfuge involved. At least none that my contacts seem to have noticed. You all seem very out in the open.
just a little bit, but he seemed very interested in the place we've been before.
Happen to have relevance to arcane, well, knowledge or research.
Mm-hmm. You remember that tower we told you of over on the Whispering Cove?
I believe so.
Yeah, I guess he's related to some wizard. Seemed pretty interested in whatever we could get from there.
He lifts up his hand a little bit and just kind of like glancing at his fingers before kind of glancing. He goes, I'm assuming you all gave him information about that place with the expectation and knowledge that there's nothing there really dangerous or powerful that he could potentially find or disturb.
I think we took anything of importance from there, but
It's a fucking wizard tower, who fucking knows, to be honest.
Well,
He's gonna have to do some big digging, though, if he wants to find anything.
assuming it is something that he is interested in and can find arcane knowledge he does not already know, he will do that digging. So,
I hope that you are certain when you say you took everything from there that was of importance.
Well, if you got any wizards you want to send sweep over there, and give you a more precise location.
I might inquire about it, but not currently. There's nothing really pertinent for me to investigate in that direction.
Okay.
Though I am curious what these items of importance or things of importance were that you obtained from there.
When you say him digging, you say like it's a bad thing?
I say like he might not be the most careful if he's too enthusiastic in it. Not all knowledge, not all items are necessarily, well, nice, to put it simply. Many of them are not patient as well, willing to wait for somebody to activate them or use them.
Yeah.
At least in my experience, and from what I've heard and read about in the past. But my question still stands, though. I'm interested in what these items were that you thought might be potentially of import.
I don't know what these guys found, but like, he had an office full of weird like potions and stuff that we took, and got a broom that flies, and she's just gonna list everything that she remembers, because she's not going to purposefully withhold information from him. But I personally don't remember, so I'm not gonna.
No, yeah, you can just sort of give a nod.
None of us seem necessarily dangerous in their own right.
He traded for a journal of this old wizard that was talking about. Well, Fearne read it, I didn't.
Talking about constructs, time, memory. I couldn't read it all. It was in different languages.
Alien constructs aren't necessarily dangerous in their own rights.
There's a lot of weird stuff.
More or less depends on the person who wields them.
Other than that, he didn't really want anything. He transcribed a map I found. It's just like a really old world map.
Historical, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Well, none of that stuff seems dangerous in its own right.
Kind of leans back a little bit in the seat more.
He might, perhaps, maybe, think there's a dragon orb, or an orb of dragonkind in the tower, but I'm not sure.
His expression kind of furrow a little bit. Just
don't hear a kiss your meaning.
Alright, no, never mind, don't worry about it.
You brought it up on the subject. I am going to inquire about it.
You're making me nervous, to be honest, so I don't know if that's bad information for him to have. I don't know if I trust you either, so, but at least you're helping me.
I feel I've done nothing to change my demeanor to make you nervous. I believe you're making yourself nervous in that case.
Marie's looking at Rowan, her ears are flat.
So, I am tempted even more to inquire about it.
Rowan's gonna just kind of sip his water flask a little bit. His hands are a little sweaty.
moves kind of one of his hands onto the table and just sort of kind of very just lightly kind of tapping his finger.
Do you care to expunge any more on that?
You know, I think I already said too much, so not particularly, no.
So he just kind of stare at you for a bit.
Right. Well, in regards to you not trusting me, I guess my trust for you has now dwindled as well.
Norm just kind of crosses his arms.
I would as well keep in mind that your payments, my half of the job, the payment part, has not been delivered to you yet. And whereas 2 of you could forcefully take it, seeing it as it was gold and valuables, physical objects, 1 of you kind of like looks more specifically, kind of like tilts his head more towards you, Rowan, requested something that was not physical and a tangible object. You could not necessarily forcefully take.
This is extortion. That's all it is.
How do you figure?
Rowan just gives him a really unimpressed look. Listen, I gave him a note that I had found in the tower that was talking about an orb of dragonkind, and that was it.
Sort of nods a little bit. Interesting. Well, I appreciate you sharing that information freely.
Sure.
Leans back in his seat and kind of moves his hand from up from the table, kind of up along like back of sort of the seat.
So, I do not believe, or perhaps my memory is leaving me, but I do not believe we talked about it and agreed upon sum for you two.
Because to Fearne and Marie.
He already told Marie that like Melanie was like the payment, I believe.
Getting home.
Yeah.
He also did mention he's still going to like pay you.
Oh.
Like he's not going to. He's not doing just that.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no. What do you think, Fiona?
How much? I'm not hurting for money. What do you want, Marie?
Didn't really think about it.
1,000 each, how about?
Oh, 1,000 each?
Is that a problem?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Sure, I guess. Oh my god.
Sounds quite agreeable.
He moves his hand to kind of knock on the on the door near him. A moment later, the elf kind of comes out and sort of stands in the door for him.
2,000. Well, Miss Fearne and Miss Marie.
The elf just kind of looks at him, just nods and nods towards him as well. And the elf kind of moves away, kind of looks to both of you.
You only have that momentarily. As for you, Rowan, seeing as how your payment is a bit more personal, I'm more than willing to have both of these ladies leave the room as we discuss it.
Oh, right.
If that is your wish.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. You already have that information.
I have bits of information. Would you rather wait?
No. I'll take anything that you got.
He kind of looks at both Fearne and Marie.
If you would.
Yeah, she's going to jump out of the chair and like gesture for Fearne to follow her.
I'll buy you a drink, Fiona.
Well, thank you, Marie.
Doesn't have to be alcoholic.
Fearne's gonna pick Marie up.
Yep, you guys hop out of the room and leave. Spire turns to you as the door leaves and closes. Readjusts himself a little bit.
Now, I don't believe you have discussed this with me, but I would like to know exactly what you are. Well, exactly what you wanted and exactly what you know, so I'm not giving you repeat information.
Well, what I know has kind of changed in the last 24 hours. But, I don't remember what we discussed. I'm looking for the murderers of my sister.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And I supposedly, well, a man, Faladar, Captain Faladar, told me Meldfin was part responsible, and now I'm aware that there might be others. I can describe people to you. I don't know their names. I don't know if that would help. I need to know who did it, so that way I can find them.
You mentioned Meldfin before. So my associates have connections, as well as myself, have connections within and with the gnarled hooks. It was intriguing to me that you did mention his name, as he's supposed to be dead. And upon inquiring about that, I'm of the belief now that he's not. Though kind of gestures to you, sure you're aware of that, based on our previous conversations, or had suspicions of your own.
Oh, yeah. You don't happen to know where I can find him?
I happen to know that he's going by the name of Captain Wakely.
Is he here in Bargetide?
He kind of gives him the nod, not as far as I can tell. Or at least on the archipelago. Seas are kind of the one place that it's hard to fully tell where people are and where they move.
Well, that's more to go off of than what I had. You wouldn't happen to know of someone that has a crossbow for an arm? Any kind of tales about that? In your little circle?
Yeah, you talked about a man who was not necessarily a crossbow, but some sort of strange mechanical device for an arm. Perhaps the same man. All I know is he seems to be, according to what I've heard at least, if not part of, working with the higher-ups.
And the gnarled hooks.
Gives him the nod.
Alright. So Captain Wakely, and he's in Bargetide, suppose, or at least in the archipelago.
Somewhere in the archipelago. So they recently, within the last year or so, there's been a bit of a change in the gnarled hooks and their, well, ideology, as you might say. A bit more fanatical, if you will.
Fanatical how?
Seem to be buying a little bit more to this serpent mother, sea mother, I ain't really sure. Things of that nature.
Interesting.
It's almost a bit forced, from what I understand, on newer recruits.
I see. Well, I guess I did get information. How I will go about finding this man, though, I don't know how. The archipelago isn't exactly small.
No. Could be a larger place to explore. But a little bit of a tough job you're giving yourself.
How's that?
Archipelago is probably one of the most, the islands at least, probably one of the most unexplored places in Mistranus. Not much to go off of. If I could have told you something like Adela or Drakengard, or even Tal'Darai, you'd have maps, you'd have locations, you'd have geography.
And I'm assuming with all your geography, or all of your network, they don't happen to know the last known location.
There are limitations to what I can find out. I don't wish to endanger any of my people, and I will not on your behalf.
Of course not, no.
What do you expect to happen when you kill them? You think there's going to be a power gap that you can insert someone of your own into? Insert yourself into?
Absolutely not. I don't want anything to do with the fucking hooks.
Are they really considered the hooks at that point? Assuming you get what you want and kill the leadership. I'm just curious if you had any plans for the power gap that they're going to leave.
No,
Assuming you
I
get done what you want to get done.
I don't personally care what happens to the hooks or whatever they're gonna be after I'm done.
Right. She just kind of look at you and just nod for kind of like looking off a little bit and nodding again.
Are you interested? Is that why you're asking? Insert one of your people.
It could be useful to make use of them. It is definitely an idea I have considered. Assuming you, of course, accomplish your goals, as grandiose as they are.
I have no doubt I will. Or I'll die. Either way.
One of those will happen.
If you put someone in, I truthfully don't care. In fact, I mean, obviously me killing them would help you in that endeavor, I assume.
It would.
Just as long as you make sure that they're not like they are now.
I have no intentions of being like this Mildfin. The stories I heard and the other stories of the other Ravager Kings I have heard.
Well, if you happen to find information about whereabouts of this,
I've told you I'd keep you in contact and updated with this.
I much appreciate it.
Nod. I have one more question for you.
Uh-huh.
Your sister, she look like you?
Yeah. We were twins.
He's in there kind of nodding. Sort of like leans his elbow against the table and just sort of scratches his chin a little bit. Right.
You going anywhere with that?
Potentially. Sounded as though you had a question, though.
What? Is this one of those I speak first, then you speak kind of things?
It's one of those times where I would like to contemplate my words by having you speak and ask what you wanted to.
Well, I'm not the best at thinking in some situations, and I give information I shouldn't. I don't know anything about this Fizzlenozzle. I don't particularly know much about you either. However, you have given me information I hope is good information and not just lying to me.
I do hope myself it is good information. I trust my contacts, but mistakes and misinformation can be spread.
This Fizzlenozzle, is he dangerous with the things he collects?
I think the things he collects are dangerous.
I mean, yeah, I can agree, but
I don't think he himself is dangerous. He's an eccentric, which is a dangerous personality in circumstances.
theoretically, if we happened to have found that orb of dragon kind that he thinks is still in that tower, you wouldn't trust him with it then?
Theoretically, I would like to know more about what these orbs are. I don't think I mistrust him with it, but trusting someone doesn't always mean that they won't do something stupid.
Yeah, no. Well, that was just obviously theoretical. We're not...
Of course. Obviously theoretical. There was no such orb in that tower, I assume.
And theoretically, I really hope Fearne isn't planning on giving this theoretical orb to Fizzlenozzle either.
Theoretically, I believe that somebody could stop her, or at the very least, discreetly relieve her of that orb.
From what I've heard, we don't want that orb outside of where it's at right now.
Theoretically, of course.
Of course.
Theoretically, if said person were to do so without the knowledge of the other, they may earn the good graces of someone else and find the assistance of someone else by bringing it to them.
So he kind of like readjust a little bit, and as he kind of does so, he kind of his left hand, who's was kind of like just sort of leaning down, kind of moves and brings up and sets down this kind of small little bag on the table.
Theoretically, of course.
So theoretically this bag would keep it safe?
Similar to the bag that your friend has. Perhaps a bit more compact, but otherwise the same. If you're so worried about said orb, I would be happy and relieved to take it off your hands and off of your mind.
Would it be alright if I took this bag, at least for a while? Just in case, of course.
Make a persuasion check.
8.
See, his hand's still kind of like there. He just kind of taps the bag. A little finger kind of taps down on the bag a little bit.
I'm not in the habit of giving away things for free.
I, of course, would return it.
I would like a promise that you would return it with said orb.
I don't know. I don't know if I can 100% promise that. I don't really feel right stealing from Fearne.
It's not hers, technically.
I mean, no, but she has it in her bag, and that's not a great look.
From what I understand, you all have many things in her bag.
I'm afraid Fearne is trusting, Fearne and Marie are trusting this Fizzlenozzle too much, and he did seem like a nice guy. And like I said, I don't particularly trust you, but you're right that you're not a fanatic.
I don't need you to trust me.
This orb's...
I just need you to know that I am better than Fizzlenozzle and more responsible than him. I am careful. And I do not have the ill will of the masses in mind.
Can I insight check him?
Yep.
20.
He is a very hard man to read, but he does seem fully genuine in saying that. Nothing he said up to this point has contradicted anything he said.
Then I think I'd like to take the bag on that promise.
Then we have an agreement then.
I will try. 100%.
Slides the bag over towards you. As he kind of does so,
I'm abound with gifts.
and he kind of said that the bag itself sort of goes invisible.
That's actually really nice. I don't think they would even know.
They would still feel it. It's not gone, just invisible. Still can be damaged, it's still fully there, just not seen. I find myself wanting.
As it says that the bag reappears.
I will try and get the orb. I mean, theoretically, get the orb. I don't...
You can drop the charade. But yes, I would appreciate the orb.
He just kind of pinches his brow. Truthfully, when we found it, we were talking about they were talking about taking it to Adela. But I don't... I know Marie's your employee, or you hire her.
I wouldn't
I don't 100%
employee.
trust her.
You could consider her more in a probationary period. A seasonal worker, if you will. I know that she has no intentions of staying with my organization when she leaves and goes back to her family.
The family. Shit. Sorry, I'm not supposed... Never mind.
I already know who they are.
Jesus. Of course you do.
You're a rival organization. I'm not stupid enough to be unknowledgeable or unknowing about them.
Does Marie know that they're a rival of you?
I believe she does. I'd be a little surprised if she wasn't aware. But she does also realize that she has no other contacts and no other, well, I'm not going to say security in Bardside, but nobody else that was willing to help her.
I see. Well, I enough about. I didn't mean to bring that up. I truthfully would be much more comfortable knowing the orb was in your hands, knowing what it can do. I don't trust Marie not to steal it. I mean, that I'm assuming it fetches a great price from that. And Fearne, I think, is. I mean, I'm same with Fearne. I don't know exactly what to do with it to keep it out of people's hands, because that's dangerous.
Well, I'm more comforted by this agreement the more you talk about it. I'll try to figure out what it is exactly and what it does. Safely, of course. If it's supposed to go back to Adela, I will, I suppose, move it there.
Rowan will take the note that he got that described or that was like the research notes on the orb that says the name Zalatash and everything, and slide it over to him.
Kind of raise a brow a little bit and sort of take it.
I don't know if that'll help.
Perhaps. I'm not the most learned, though I do try to stay knowledgeable about history and the arcane and things of the sort. There's only so much that I can keep track of. But I'm sure I know somebody or can get in contact with somebody that does.
Yeah, I think that was really about it. What were you gonna say about my sister looking like me?
Yeah. I was just curious why you never brought up you've been to the Ascendancy.
Well, what do you mean?
Kind of pauses for a moment, tilts his head slightly.
When you talked about your sister, it seemed like you both had been with each other most all your life. Never spent much time away. Am I wrong about that? Perhaps I made an assumption.
No, you're right. I mean, I haven't been to the Ascendancy since I was, like, a child. How would you know that?
I didn't. Apparently your sister had been to the Ascendancy. Unless they're talking about somebody else that looks fairly similar to you. And is, well, female. When were you at the Ascendancy as a child? Why were you there as a child, I suppose?
We were born there. I mean, we grew up there for like 5 years.
And
then that was it.
you moved to Bardside.
Yeah. Are you saying Bree has been there recently?
Well, recently as in before her death. However long ago that was.
But
Kind of like, it's giving you, like, sort of examining, like, almost like just examining your reaction, and sort of slightly a little, like, kind of like this realization of, like, realizing that you didn't know, as he obviously thought that you did.
Interesting.
She
ever talk about it?
I mean, she talked about wanting to go back, yeah. But
What for?
she wanted to find our mother.
Mother still lives in the Ascendancy?
Fuck if I know. The last I saw her, I actually don't even remember, to be honest.
Seems your sister might have thought that. Any names or anything? If I might inquire.
Laird, yeah. Brylith. At least that's supposedly what her name is. Who fucking knows, to be honest.
Just nods. Well, perhaps your sister did. But that's gone now. I'll continue to get information for you, as well as he kind of gestures the bag. I will give you compensation for that. That is a separate task I am asking of you, so it itself has its own reward.
Yeah. I suppose we can talk about that later.
Would be best. I think you should get back to your friends before they believe that I have given you more information than what you actually have and are capable of answering.
Yeah. Thanks for the information that you have. He'll kind of get up and give a slight nod. He'll grab the little bag and kind of put it in his bag. I suppose we'll see you again. One way or another.
Not a little bit. One way or the other. I'll at least see you again. One last bit of information. There is another... Apparently in the gnarled hooks that one of the... I believe either a hired mercenary or another higher up. Somebody that is a bit more... sway, or at least authority within the ranks. Goes by the name the Boar. The title, Boar. Can't tell you anything more than that, but...
I'll take that. Alright.
It just gives you a nod.
He'll nod back and head out.
Fearne is teaching Marie how to write the alphabet.
Yeah, probably get through the alphabet maybe once, and then Rowan comes back out of the room.
Are you teaching Marie how to...
Oh, welcome. I am showing Marie how to write the alphabet because I decided not to take a drink because the lady said not to mix stuff. I don't want to get poisoned.
I don't really
accident.
get it.
So, whenever she's saying not to mix drinks, it's not to get not poisoned, it's to not get sick.
I'm pretty sure whatever I had is the problem.
Are you okay?
Yeah?
What did it do?
It was tingly. That's all I do.
I don't think alcohol's supposed to do that.
Anyway.
You get what you wanted.
Well, your boss gave me a name.
Oh?
And supposedly he's an orange tide.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, Meldfin's not going by Meldfin, which, makes sense. He's going by a name, Captain Wakely.
Captain Wakely?
So that's who I'm looking for. That or someone called the Boar.
Any name that he could pick, and he chose to call himself Wakely.
It's kind of sad. But I guess it's unassuming.
It's fucking Barge Tide. No one's gonna fucking care. Yeah.
Who was the other person?
The Boar?
Some kind of mercenary that the Hooks have hired. Called the Boar. That's all I got. Maybe Benjy might know? Mercenary?
Yes.
I couldn't have.
Because, why not? I don't know if you guys have anything else you want to do today.
I wanted to go stop by, Mako's.
Sure.
I see. How about we go, go to my clinic and get Benjy. I want to ask him if he knows someone named the Boar, at least, so I can start digging.
Sure.
And then go to Mako's from there.
Sure.
That sounds fine.
Alright.
You okay, Rowan?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine.
You sure?
Just, peachy. Phenomenal.
Okay.
Well,
I'm not gonna badger you, but let's go talk to Benjy if it'll make you feel better.
Yeah, let's go do that.
On the way up, Fearne will change back to Adira.
And then Rowan will lead them to the clinic, obviously.
And we'll go ahead and end the session there.